Welcome, welcome. Hey, Jack. Hey, Ebony. Hey, Johnny. Hey, Aset. Sunday. Love. Welcome, welcome, and welcome. Well, the update is Booker cannot make it to court today, but he'll be there tomorrow, right? He will be there tomorrow, right? So they're going to select the jury tomorrow. And it's just word around town that people don't know Nature Nut. People don't know about him, the cult. So he will be getting jurors that have no news about him, right? And it's sad either way. And if you are a Nature Nut lover, there is no, oh, you could, don't come here. Just like we made our page, go make your own page, okay? We don't need you jumping on our panels saying nothing about that man. We ain't stupid, and there's nothing you could say that will convince us to say, "Hey, we're wrong." We've been following him long enough. Evil is just plain evil, and we don't feel like being bothered with you. Okay? Don't leave me no more comments talking about, "Oh man, that's just one man." No, one man, and let's concentrate on the system. Don't leave me no messages like that. I mean, you can, but I mean, glad I don't even know if it went through. I'm gonna check if it went through, but they are hurting people. Isn't that a person put a system in place to hurt people? Hey, mwah. Hey, mother loves logic. Hey, my beautiful baby. He put a system, and other people will follow. He is like the C word with ANCR. Yeah, he is like that. It needs to be stopped. We don't have no time to sit up here and entertain you. Okay? Same way we started watching it, we didn't know what we was watching. We did not know he was a cult leader. We just wanted to see the man journey. And then when it wasn't about his journey no more, so we reported as we see it. Okay? I don't think anybody who first saw Nature Nut and covered him did not have any. We spoke upon what we saw, and we will continue to talk about what we see. Okay? You take your page, right, and you look at all the evil stuff this man have done, and you justify it. You will have to justify it. Hey, Miss Leo, you sit there and you justify. I don't have the time to entertain you, Nature Boy lovers. Go on, make your own page. Y'all sit there and y'all make love. Do not jump on this panel. I don't want to hear nothing. Okay? All right. Now, I say Nature Boy Hurts because he done hurt so many people. You don't know where to start. You don't know where to start. So I'm gonna start with these little PP loans up in here. Let's talk about some of these PP loans and what some people had to say about him. Right? We're gonna start this show right now. What's that replay? Gang. I truly appreciate you. Don't forget my replay gang. If you haven't, hit that like already. If you're not subscribe to the channel, baby. We're gonna be doing a lot of more different type of cases and stuff like that. We're gonna be on it at the Green Hornet. Let's go.
Cell phone. Boom, she left. Couldn't find her for like a day, whatever. She came back. They had this whole thing set up before they came. They had everybody go to the back room, put the beds up against the walls, cover up the windows, put everything in the closet, and just make this like arena. Like we like, what the
Listen,
hell are we doing? Nobody even knew, but the people who was giving the orders knew what was going on. And so he like circle up around.
I need for y'all to listen to that. This monster had people circle up in the room and put the mattresses on the wall, right? But y'all bring y'all nature boy lovers up here. Y'all explain that evil, man. You just as evil. Like people, only you guys got logic. We got logic too. How dare you play with our intelligence like that? And we should give you the floor. I'm not giving you no floor. You can sit in here and watch. That's up to you. We ain't got time to entertain you. We got a virus out here. This man sitting up there hurting everybody. But I'm gonna rewind it a little bit more. I had the whole thing, but we'll get it from here. Hey, Nene, my baby.
As well as why they left. Fraud is being put into play, and the organization came up with by the whole female group. So this is
To the back room, put the beds up against the walls, cover
subscribe, and I'll see you later.
armed out with a cell phone. Boom, she left. Couldn't find her for like a day, whatever. She came back. They had this whole thing set up before they came. They had everybody go to the back room, put the beds up against the walls, cover the windows, put everything in the closet, and just make this like arena. What the hell are we doing? Nobody even knew, but the people who was giving the orders knew what was going on. And so he like circle up around. We don't know who about to get what's about to go down. We just like.
Wait a minute. Repeat what you just said. Circle. What is circle? Can you explain to us what the circle is?
All right, so we in one room, right, in the Airbnb, and everybody in there. All the men are like against the wall, like guarding the walls, the windows. They got the beds.
This is in LA. This is in LA, correct?
They had us put the beds up against the windows and the walls and shit, and then all the men got around the bed, and then the women came in between us. So it was like,
okay,
come in and Civil and what's the other girl named Zoka? They all come. They hyped up.
Well, Sybil was with you guys at this time. Sybil, who wrote the book, was there present. Okay.
Yeah. Only person that wasn't there at this time was like Nate Terry. She had left. Everybody else, Mente, all them was all there. Boomy wasn't there yet.
But Boomy wasn't there yet. Okay.
Yeah, you was there when she got slapped. So didn't fight back. If she fought back, she would get jumped by all the women. So that was the
Velvet
first.
Slapped the shit out of who? You're talking kind of fast. Velvet slapped the shit out. Oh, Velvet slapped the shit out of Melina because he told her to.
Nothing back. She had to stand there and let her slap the shit out of her. Like,
Yeah, mother love.
shit. And then it was she was trying to run away and scream. And this is like, as a man, I'm like, nigga, this shit ain't no spiritual reality in nothing.
And you guys notice she asked a specific question because Nature Boy told you to. He said yes, right? He said yes. Yeah, what in the world? It might be a world too. He be on it like the Green Hornet. He be doing this thing. He be doing this thing over there, baby. Peace out to all the content creators that's doing their thing. The world ain't playing around. What's up, brother, man? And remember, this is before the trial. The way he describes it, what he did, but he gonna explain it more, Nene. But that could be, but he did that so nobody couldn't hear. Nobody couldn't hear. Well, in his mind, nobody can't hear her screaming and shit. Right? I told you, the only person that's benefiting in this is Malaya. I don't care what story you hear. Only person is because Velvet already cut that cord. She's already free. She cut that cord. But being that Malaya is in it, she is the only one that is benefiting from him being locked up. I don't care what story we hear. What's up, brother? Mute your mic. I know you got to switch it.
Yep, I got it together. What's up, Suge? What's up, gang?
tell y'all something, right? It's a secret. My brother's birthday coming up in like 1, 2, 3 days. Y'all better be up in here. We're gonna show my brother some love, even though I canceled Pisces season because y'all don't know how to act. But I'm gonna excuse him, okay?
It's actually 2
I'm
days.
gonna excuse him. God damn it, let me say my days. It's the whole goddamn season, so I can pick any day.
I'm 2-2.
Oh, you is so right, but I'm a little bit ahead. So but actually that's a little bit backwards. But yeah, I thought I was going, well, either way, in 2 days. We're gonna show my brother some love. We're gonna do this on the other channel though. Right? We ain't gonna do it on this one. We're gonna have that music pumping so he could be like, ooh, I can't be saying we're gonna get to hear my brother sing. You're the one in a million. A
Second request too.
Of a life. And
Yeah, you know that's
you did that last
that's
time.
it's my intro song. You're one in a million. Yeah. All right. Nah, I ain't listen. We finna get through this video, but I'm in here, y'all. What's up, gang? What's up to everybody? Mother Loves Logic, Jackie, Nay, everybody. What's up, y'all?
Okay. But y'all better, right. Y'all listen. He give y'all a lot of time.
They don't want me to do Barry. Right. I got.
That's why I was trying to do the Barry, but I couldn't think of the Barry song.
Yeah. Now, don't be offended by what I say, baby. I'm just being brutally honest. That's how Barry get down. But we gonna get into it though. Y'all tune in 222 night. We're gonna be on the other side.
You forgot. You forgot, bro. I am the maestro. I'm the maestro, baby. You better if you're gonna talk about Barry, you better tell it, baby. Tell it. That's the maestro. The maestro.
Show you right. Show you right. I like saying that every now and then just to people. Yeah, look at me. I just see that's my regular speaking voice, but it's too low. People can't hear me. So that's why sometimes if it sounds like I'm yelling, I'm not. I'm just trying to project my voice because people will say something and I'll go, show you right. And they'll look at me real crazy and it always make me laugh. So yeah, anyway.
If you think all right, we're gonna get to this again. I'm gonna rewind it just as because it's only a little piece, right? Y'all be all right. Because I like the fact that the interviewer asks her to explain it, and he has to explain it again. When I keep telling y'all, Leah's praying on every knees that she got where nobody can hear. When she go into that closet, because I know they still be going in the closet, but now they go there. Oh, please, Lord, I know I'm going to have to be there. I know I'm going to show them that I'm the queen, but please keep that ninja. Please keep that ninja.
Is that Boomy on the right with the glasses on?
I believe so. But this, I don't know if you remember, this is an old one. But it's it's all totally relevant, right? And again, it shows you Malia benefits. And the girl specifically said that Natureboy tell. And remember, he ain't in jail yet or nothing. And people are asking these questions. Malaya, how you gonna get out of all of this, Malaya?
Subscribe, and I'll see you later.
Stormed out with a cell phone. Boom, she left. Couldn't find her for like a day, whatever. She came back. They had this whole thing set up before they came. They had everybody go to the back room, put the beds up against, cover up the windows, put everything in the closet, and just make this like arena. Like what the hell are we doing? Nobody even knew, but the people who was giving the orders knew what was going on. And so he like circle up around. We don't know who about to get what's about to go down. We just like.
Wait a minute, repeat what you just said. Circle. What is circle? Can you explain us what the circle is?
All right, so we in one room, right, in the Airbnb, and everybody in there, All the men are like against the wall, like guarding the walls, the windows. They got the beds.
This is in LA. This is in LA, correct?
They had us put the beds up against the windows and the walls and shit. And then all the men got around the bed, and then the women came in. Rows of people,
double circle. Okay.
Come in and Civil and what's the other girl named Zoka? They all come. They hyped up.
Well, Sybil was with you guys at this time. Sybil, who wrote the book, was there present. Okay.
Yeah. Only person that wasn't there at this time was like Nateri. She had left. Everybody else, Mente, all them was all there. Boomy wasn't there yet.
Boomy wasn't there yet. Okay.
Yeah, you was there when she got slapped. So Velvet come in. He had Velvet slap the shit, and she couldn't fight back. If she fought back, she would get jumped by all the women. So that was the
Velvet
first.
Slapped the shit out of who? You're talking kind of fast. Velvet slapped the shit out. Oh, Velvet slapped the shit out of Melina because he told her to.
Nothing back. She had to stand there and let her slap the shit out of her. Like, and if she fought back, they was gonna jump her. So she just had to eat that shit. And then he grabbed her by her hair. It was she was trying to run away and screaming. Man, I'm like, nigga, this shit ain't no spiritual reality in none of this. So so that was like the biggest red flag at that time for me. Was like, man, it was like, damn. Then a couple days, like a week later.
Okay, I forgot to tell me come on mute, right? At that point, why is this important? Because I thought you can freely leave, right? Yeah, you could freely run if you can run, but if you get caught, you in trouble. And if you come back, you in trouble, right? And we already seen on numerous of times, even to the day before he got arrested, he was like, set it off. They set it off. And then not only does he make the girls jump you, he finished you off. How sick and twisted can somebody be? I don't know if this is the one when he said he threw her ass through the closet and her print was there, but that's how sorry. I keep telling y'all, if any Nature Boy lovers don't come up in here, go make your own channel and go love him over there. I don't want to hear nothing. Because the part people fail to realize, depending on how long I'm going to say it again, I said it before. We only talk about what we see. So y'all delulu. We are not. Before he became crazy, we was covering him when he was taking his journey. We was speaking upon the journey to the way it is. And when he started acting, kind of started getting crazy, that's what we only was reporting what we see. So if he would have stayed the same fake man that he was in the beginning, that's what we'd be talking about, his journey. And guess what? It's still his journey, but it's a effed up journey. Don't be leaving me no comments talking about why am I giving who I mean, like I said, I don't even know if that went through. Y'all comments be something else. Talking about let's talk about the institution that's keeping the people back. Ninja, here's an institution that's keeping the people back. We ain't one of them young people that our parents or grandparents ain't talking with, like we don't know. You want us to fight? No, he is us. He done created a whole entire system that created that. He created that breaks down us as a people, which other people is now going to copycat that. I look at my comments and see that bull crap. And y'all say stuff like we stupid. I'm like, you know what? Oh yeah, why y'all wasting this time? Yo, we wasting the time. We ain't wasting our time. We've been covering him. Where was you when he first came out and we were saying good stuff? Right? Where was you then? I didn't see none of y'all Nature Boy lovers then. That's how must be how sick a lot of you guys are. Where was you guys when he was like, oh wow, when he was leaving for the house? And I already knew something was up with the second video. But when he was up in there in Ohio, wherever he was at, and he was getting ready to leave, and he had on Nick favorite grounded shoes. You see him grounded shoes he wore out. He was like, wow. We told it the way we see it. And we still going to continue to call it the way we see it. We just said, oh, we didn't like him. No. Mm-mm. So by the time y'all saw him, he done lost all his mind. And at any point in time you agree with it, please don't come over here. This is not, I usually be welcoming, but I'm not welcoming for that. Unless you're going to tell it the way you see it. Where you see it. Go ahead, Kev. I went off, but you guys see some of the comments they left me, Kev. You guys see some of them didn't even make it to the thing. You guys see some of the comments they leave the system.
Yeah, this it definitely has to be talked about because, like I said, you got, you know, you can look how many people on the screen and see how many different people, you know, branches that come off of that, you know, Nature Boy and that cult and everything that happened from there. So it's, you know, you got to talk about it. Even though Nature Boy's in jail, the problem's not over. You know what I mean? It's a mindset. It's a mentality that a lot of the younger generation has gotten into, that, you know, that opens them up to, you know, to attach themselves to people like this.
Hey, Keisha.
Hi, greetings. How are you?
Greetings,
What's up,
darling.
Lakeisha?
Did you hear what Shaka was saying about
No, I
that
didn't get a
particular
chance to hear it. What was he saying?
Oh Lord, they're gonna get me. But I'm gonna rewind that little part again, right? Anybody's coming late, that's on you. Now I want you to see it. Anybody's coming late, that will be on you. But it's only just in the beginning, so it can go backwards. Right? If you see the thing on the screen, it's not that much. But for my people who's watching it over, you listen, get your ears right. You need to hear it over. See how demonic this man is.
The other girl named Zoka, they all come. They hyped up.
Well, Scribble was with you guys at this time. Wait a minute, Rip, you just said circle. What is circle? Can you explain to us what the circle is?
All right, so we in one room for like a day, whatever. She
So
came back.
Malaya left. They're looking for Malaya, and as usual, when she comes back, same thing happened. I keep telling you, same thing happened again. She went screaming and yelling. I don't know how she's going to explain that one, right? Malaya got a lot to explain to do. Well, let's go.
This whole thing set up before they came. They had everybody go to the back room, put the beds up against the walls, cover up the windows, put everything in the closet, and just make this like arena. Like, what the hell are we doing? Nobody even knew, but the people who was giving the orders knew what was going on. And so he like circle up around. We don't know who about to get what's about to go down. We just like.
Wait a minute, repeat what you just said. Circle. What is circle? Can you explain to us what the circle is?
All right, so we in one room, right, in the Airbnb, and everybody in there. All the men are like against the wall, like guarding the walls, the windows. They got the beds.
This is in LA. This is in LA, correct?
They had us put the beds up against the windows and the walls and shit, and then all the men got around the bed, and then the women came in between us. So it was like rows of people.
Double circle.
Hey sis.
Okay.
Come in and Civil and what's the other girl named Zoka? They all come. They hyped up.
Well, Sybil was with you guys at this time. Sybil, who wrote the book, was there present. Okay.
Yeah. Only person that wasn't there at this time was like Natiri. She had left. Everybody else, Mente, all them was all there. Boomy wasn't there yet.
Boomy wasn't there yet. Okay.
Yeah, you was there when she got slapped. So Velvet come in. He had Velvet slap the shit. And she couldn't fight back. If she fought back, she would get jumped by all the women. So that was the
Velvet
first.
slapped the shit out of who? You're talking kind of fast. Velvet slapped the shit up. Oh, Velvet slapped the shit out of Melina because he told her to.
Nothing back. She had to stand there and let her slap the shit out of her. Like, and then if she fought back, they was gonna jump her. So she just had to eat that shit. And then he grabbed her by her hair. It was she was trying to run away and scream. And this is like, as a man, I'm like, nigga, this shit ain't no spiritual reality in none of this. So so that was like the biggest red flag at that time for me. Was like, man, it was like, damn. Then a couple days, like a week later. That's when 4th of July happened. That's when him and Velvet got into it. Same shit. We was at the park. I don't know what happened. But all I know is, nigga, we had the circle up. They got in the circle. And, nigga, they was scrapping. Just the two of them was going at it. And we just had to watch. Nobody could move. Niggas tried to, some niggas tried to say, get in there. Some of the guys did. And they was like, nah, fall back in line. And niggas know they ranking. You got to fall back in line. So everybody just go back. Most of the people was already numb to it because they always fighting and shit. It was the new people like me really numb to it because we ain't seen that shit. So we was like, but they was like, nigga, if you got a problem, say something. It was like, nigga, like, this your shit, nigga. Like, they do you run your shit. This your. I'm not about to sit here and argue with you, nigga, about your shit. If this how you want to run it, nigga, run it then. Fuck it.
Right.
Say that again.
He ran it. He ran it like a gang. He ran it like a gang.
Violated.
Right. They were DPing people. So they were DPing people.
Yeah.
That's a violation, bro. That's how that works.
Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm not saying like with none of I was totally against that shit. I just, you know what I'm saying? It's like what they always do this shit. I'm like, they always do this shit. I'm like, why are we gonna get into something when they're gonna be back together in the next 24 hours? Nigga, they ain't even separate. They end up staying all night, kicking it hugged up later in the park, way down there from all of us. And we all eating Chinese food in the park, sitting there chilling till 5 o'clock in the morning, damn near.
Okay, and that was in the book as well. Okay, Boomy, do you want to add anything to that, my love? Did you see any major things that happened in LA while you guys were at the Airbnb that you want to speak about?
Yeah, the two experiences that you just shared just there, you know, that was like, I had literally just got there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I got there like the first or something. So in between the first and July 4th, both of these incidents took place. And at that point, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was already like, damn, like, what the fuck did I just get myself into? Like, is this real? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it had like this, you're in the middle of a reality TV show vibe.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I definitely understand.
Yeah, so those two experiences happened. Oh yeah, and I remember like they were trying to get us to like gang up on Tron. Like Tron was still there.
Before Tron left.
Boomy to beat up Tron. They was trying to get me and Boomy to bully up Tron, beat him up, and I'm not with that bullying shit.
Because when we first got because that's around the time where they was like putting the nigga Tron in the closet or some shit. You know what I'm saying?
That's when we got to see all the closet shit. That's what I forgot about. Right. It was crazy. It was wild. Hearing that nigga put the women in the closet.
And so I forget what happened. Like Shaka said, we was drinking wine that night, and like, to be honest, I don't even really feel like Tron did nothing like too crazy out of character for real. Like, Natureboy just be real sensitive to any hair seeming like it's not following exactly what he's telling you to do type of deal. And shit just turned up quick, like on like Tron, like the nigga Tron was like doing something weird to like encourage something to be off or some type of deal. Like, it was weird. Like, they had made the nigga stand in the corner, and that's when Tron started, like, you know, getting to the point where he was ready to leave. So, like, Tron was really getting ready to leave around that time, because he was starting to just had enough.
Okay. So moving along.
And then we dropped airport.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Say that again.
I was saying that me and True had dropped Sybil off at the airport.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you guys dropped Sybil off at the airport. Okay.
Yeah.
I already know, Jenny. I already know, baby. You don't have to fly anything across the screen. Believe me, I'm very well versed in this. And let me make a correction. Sybil was not a wife. She wanted to be a wife, and she was being groomed to be a wife. So let me make that correction. Thank you, Mrs. Queen Azine. I apologize. Okay, so this is what I do want to get into. So I see that there was a lot of not only anger, not only frustration, but there was a lot of hostility. There was a lot of violence going on in LA. When did you guys him and see his energy switch from, oh, I just want to live, off of nature? Did it sound like it started to switch in LA, or did it switch before then?
Nah, it
When did the
definitely
switch
switched
happen?
in LA. I think when towards the end of that month, it was getting wild because we had so much money. It was like niggas was on the brink of nothing, and 30 days, niggas,
all of a sudden,
you know what I'm saying?
have
Niggas
money,
went from
have
rags
bread.
to riches overnight, and then it was like,
Right.
well,
Shit, everybody in California
niggas
went from
start
rags to
wilding
riches
out.
overnight. Right.
But not as many times as this nigga has with 300,000, 250,000. You know what I'm saying? Nigga does that
because,
shit. He get those people.
So let's get into that.
Hey, hold on. Real quick though. Like somebody said something about like why did we worship him, right?
No. We're not gonna get into that right now.
I don't know, Missy. Welcome.
Not there yet.
It's something that is sparked that I gotta address about the time frame in LA when we got there. What a lot of people don't realize is the whole time frame that I was there, he was real adamant about not being online. He took a hiatus from being online for a long period of time. So that's why a lot of people don't even really remember me being there, because literally after he got kicked out of Hawaii, he was like super paranoid. He was like super paranoid after he got kicked out of Hawaii to the point where he was considering not even going live no more.
Wow.
So that's why.
Now, why is that?
Terry, Zine, and them came out live in Atlanta. That was the very first time they heard about anything that was going on, because it was all hush hush.
Right.
Because we kept him on silent off the internet while we were in Atlanta. I mean, in LA and in Vegas.
So
we told him, nigga, we gonna be protected.
Can you fix your mic, baby?
No internet.
Can you fix your mic?
Yeah.
Remember
the point that I'm making is, because it was a time frame where we wasn't really on camera like that, a lot of that shit that y'all see on camera just wasn't present at all. Like, he was acting more regular than y'all used to see him act, because he wasn't even on the time of like being on the camera. Like, mind you, he still got his issues, his mama daddy issues, and how he dealing with people and shit like that, and how he snapping on the women and shit like that. But a whole lot of how he was demanding niggas to be doing certain shit, like how you be displaying online, like a lot of that shit wasn't even happening. Like, he was going to his room and staying to himself, and niggas was kind of doing their own thing. Like,
wow, that's deep. Okay, so once you guys, and who all left? Who all left at that point, and then went to the, you guys were left. Who else left? Did Tron leave at that time as well? Okay. Who? We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Shaka. Shaka, baby, we can't hear you.
Like people in the house after they Terry, Kite, Civil, and I think that was it. When that was that time. Then everybody went to Vegas on the flight except me. I drove in the car. I drove to Vegas with the.
And that's when they all. Okay, and then they jumped up and got married, right?
That was a little down the line. Well, we got to
Okay. Wait. Let's get to Vegas. Okay, so before Vegas, you guys said y'all was balling out of control. So is that when the PPP loans kicked in?
Huh?
Is that when the PPP loans kicked in?
It wasn't just PPP loans. A lot of things.
He said, huh?
It was unemployment. Yeah. Oh, believe me, I'm from California. I know.
I was getting ready to stop. That's why I can't stand you. Get out my head.
Huh? Did you steal that? Huh?
Oh man. Yes, baby. They was doing the tongue tango, baby. Oh yes, they was. I may play a little clip of that. They was doing him. They was doing the tongue tango.
Hey, I don't put anything past a man that admits he admitted another man exposed himself to his wife, and there was no fight. I nah.
Remember what we would do, what they would do is two different things. But I'm just
Yeah, his intimidation tactics, it
saying
worked,
that's maybe
fortunately, on both
because
of
he wanted them.
See,
they,
that's why I
they
said
was the one doing the tongue tango.
people make deals with themselves. I'm telling you, people make deals with themselves. Why do you think it was immediately when Velvet left, she went to them? Because they had probably all had a foursome, and so as soon as she left Carbonation, she went right to Shaka and Azim. These people, they into everything. They don't really care.
Even
They all got the same stuff. So they just
even
yeah.
that is true. That is absolutely true. But I just wanted people to hear again how I'm a liar. Got beat up again. I think I don't know. I gotta find the one when they threw her through the closet and her daggone shape of her body was was the daggone closet, right?
Was that when he hit her head
And
against the
again,
toilet?
He said she
and
said
that
it
was
was like
velvet.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, that's velvet.
I don't know how many of y'all old enough to remember the Road Runner, but she said it was like when the Road Runner used to run through the wall and his outline would be through the rock or through the wall. That's how her print was.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
Door that
mm-hmm.
he threw it through the closet door. That's the type of, and they, and these guys sit there calmly and say, they witnessed it and they was like, well, hey man, he said, if y'all got a problem with it, say something. And he told them, oh man, this your shit. You run it the way you want to. Now to me, that's so cowardly. Even if you wasn't man enough to physically intervene, you should have removed yourself from that situation. How many red flags you got to see? You saw what was going on. This is what he doing, and he said it himself. This ain't got nothing to do with spirituality. But yet, he's still affiliated and stayed attached to them. This is how people do. They make bargains with themselves. As long as I think I'm going to get something out of it, I'm going to overlook whatever I need to overlook until it comes to me.
Right.
That just like I don't know how many people missed the irony in the fact that when he said a few sentences ago that Malia had to stand there while Velvet slapped her, as hard as she could. And then a few days later, Velvet got jumped and beat up. So, karma is what it is. If you don't take accountability, karma will ensure that you do.
Almost definitely.
Right, Missy J. They wanted that money. They saw the lick. Remember, he just said it. He was like, yo, Nature Boy was getting ready to go dark. And then all of a sudden, all the money started coming in out of nowhere. He even said he went through 300,000, 250,000. I keep telling y'all, Nature Boy has went through in excess of $2 million. Easily.
I believe it.
It has nothing to show for it. Not one single thing. He don't have a Rubik's Cube. He don't have a dirt bike. He don't have anything to show for all the money that he went through. It shows a pattern though. They can go back and see how many years ago these videos are. And the pattern is self-explanatory. It's the same thing. It's violence. You can't leave. If you try to leave, you get assaulted. The story's been told over and over again. He just said at that time, Nateri was gone. She had left. That was probably the second or maybe third time she had left. Velvet, she was on, I don't know how many, her second or third time leaving. Just like you said, when a code expert gets in and says, that means nothing. It could be up to 10 times before a woman is finally able to leave for good. But it's going to show a pattern of what Nature Boy does. The men are talking about it. It's not just women that are accusing him. You got men. Even, I struggle to call them men, but, Boomy, Shaka, they got other guys, Kite, they're going, it's a pattern. You see it for years and years and years.
Because they even said it out their mouths that every time the girls would leave, he would have either Solar go and get them, So it's like they couldn't leave and stay gone because you kept bringing them back, coercing them back in some type of way.
Yeah, you have to understand, like, I know it's a natural instinct for people to, when you see somebody in trouble, especially if they're young or you think they're kind of naive to what's going on, your natural instinct is to try to help them, try to talk to them and be like, yo, listen, you might want to think about this and this. But what I think we have to realize, people who are outside of that bubble that they're in, it really doesn't matter what we say. They're going to stay in until their own individual particular journey runs its course with that.
Mm-hmm.
And I found out, because before them, like just in another area that I was studying, cults came up, coercive mind control, high control groups, they have different names. So I was already versed in cults, but like I said, what blew my mind, I didn't know it was no black ones. That blew my mind, especially younger people. So, a lot of the things I had to realize that it may take these people years before they understand what we all already know. Like, we've been telling them for years, leave, 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 leave. They've all left at various points and some of them come back, but it's not because we told them to leave. We have to, we can't save everybody. And unfortunately, as much as we talk and as much as we try to warn people, it's going to be some people that are just going to do it because, you have people that, they don't have the foresight to see what's right there in front of them. Like these people said, they knew as soon as he got there, the July 1st through July 4th, it's like 4 major incidents that happened. Yeah. And the July 4th being the one where Velvet was in the circle and got beat in the circle. But these are things
and it's crazy. A week prior, it's like, and it's crazy. I mean, the human side, god damn, get beat every day. But on the realistic side, you like, I did a lot of shit, right? But so I feel it like in both ways, because you still participated in a lot of things. But damn, beat like a pup, especially and we already know he wants them all to look like little boys. They all can't weigh but so much. What they supposed to do? I mean, I don't think the highest one was over 110 pounds.
Yeah.
What'd you say, sweetie?
You heard him say he likes to feel like he can kill his woman with one punch. Unalive his woman with one punch. He said that on video. But
it's just ridiculous. But that's what I was saying. I said, when I looked at those girls in the video the other day, I said they all look like boys. And that was the issue with that guy that I was dealing with. Like, he was a barber and he would always cut my hair to make me look more, more butch. And I didn't like that. I would put some curl activator in it or something, to make it curly. Like, I'm a little petite woman, and me having my hair cut off and stuff like that, I will look like that. But I'm like,
that's
sir,
exactly what Natureboy did to all of those women. You look at them, you can go back, see Aya, Fufu, Ra, Sheba, all of them had little bitty afros, and
let me correct myself. Wizzy wasn't with him. She wasn't a wife. Yes, we know Wizzy was not skinny, but you do know that I'm speaking not just upon. I'm speaking way before Wizzy got there, right? And don't forget, BP doesn't count. That's when they were supposed to be on the correct journey, right? So BP don't count. She wasn't a wife neither, and she's another one who went there representing the alphabet people. He even had her sitting around there walking with no bras and stuff, nothing on that. Them big things just hanging on her kneecaps and stuff, But yeah, but when we mean like boys, I'm talking about the people that he's interested in, the ones the ones he want to make his wife. And so we do know that Wizzy was not the only plus size there. Huh? What you say?
I say the reason why he's making them look like that
Boss
is because
lady.
he doesn't want to be with a woman. He wants to be with a man.
Hey, everybody.
Right. Hey, boss lady. That's a
And
fact.
you gotta
That's a
remember, and you gotta remember the position he choose to bump him in. So that's all boy.
Yeah.
right. Don't forget that.
Because you seen it
And
from behind, not from the front.
Yeah. Exactly.
he even did it with the men. He made sure he kept them underfed because he never wanted
Oh
them
Lord.
strong enough to feel like they was a challenge. And you notice what he just said too. Nature Boy wanted him, Shaka, and Boomy, the guy next to him, to bully Tron because Tron was the same size as Nature Boy. He might have been a little bigger than Nature Boy, and Nature Boy didn't go to him himself and get on some alpha shit. He wanted them to bully him and jump him and beat him up. So that tell you about Nature Boy, because Nature Boy, if he was so alpha, just like he throw them women out, why didn't he throw Tron out like
You
that?
know
He get two
what?
other people, the rest of the group.
That is true. He was trying to do a switcheroo. He was turning the men into women and the women into
Exactly.
men. That is so
Yep.
true, Ebony.
Yep.
That's why he banged all of the boys out, because he knew. He kept
Mhm.
them little, feminine, frail, you know. And then he turned to chicks, and then what was his main thing? He always told them they was too masculine, you know, because he was playing a psychological game on them. And then what's the first thing he told them when he brought the tranny over there? That he gave oral better than all the women, and had him teaching the women how to do it. That's a psychological
Mhm.
that's a
Yeah.
psychological abuse. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And you know, and I mean, and just to always violate a woman, you know, rectally. Why would you do that as a man? Like, why would that be your form of punishment? And it was a form of punishment with the women.
Yeah, it was.
And he
Yeah.
always talking about them coming up with some kind of disease or something, but he's the one who was banging everybody in the back.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And then it
And they
depending on
wouldn't
how
watch
many
the
women
baby
he was
mama.
doing it with, it went from one hole and you took all that peanut butter and stuff and put it in somebody else's scoop.
Sure.
Yep.
The peanut
Yep.
butter.
Okay. All right,
Right.
back to the show.
Hey, and look, and keep in mind, they
About
did
all the
not
scams that
bathe
was
and
going on
wash
in
very well.
California, from the rooter to the tutor.
Yeah, so definitely we tapped into
Let
all
me say this. Let me say this. When Black Velvet came up here and said, "Did you do the PPP loans?" Baby, he didn't have to because everybody and their mama and daddy was doing the PPP loans.
that was the
No,
Everybody
everybody
and their
wasn't.
mama and daddy. You have people on the corner who would stand outside the county building and ask you, "Do you want me to do you a PPP? Do you want me to do you do you
Mm-mm,
do your unemployment? I need help. Give me your
mm-mm,
information. I
mm-mm.
can do it. Believe me. It was the game was thick as thieves in California. It don't make it right. It don't make it right, but it happened.
but
People
like
who
I
had
said,
never had money before in California, these motherfuckers pulling up on brand new cars, brand new everything. They didn't go buy them a house or open a business. These motherfuckers was buying jewelry and all kind of stupid shit, but we don't want to get it. Let me not get sidetracked. But back to what I was saying. The point was everybody in California and Nevada and Vegas, you know, because Vegas is in Nevada, they were doing the PPP and unemployment. Okay. So, yeah, they were hood rich. Everybody, so it wasn't just carbonation. Everybody was doing it. Everybody who could get away with it, and Nevada was the last to get their money. Okay. So let's clear it up. So if he didn't show him the game, somebody was gonna show him the game to get that bread, okay? Because LA is like that. LA like that, baby. Okay, so moving right along.
had money in that house. Everybody found a way. I'm just saying that everybody found a way. Y'all know the story. Y'all know everything we did to get that bread.
Right, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so you get a free flight out. Okay, there we go. Okay, so moving right along. Okay, so you guys got the money. You guys took the first flight to Vegas, right? And the remaining members went to Vegas. Okay. Daniel, do you want to interject anything before we get to Vegas? Get to you know, what goes on in Vegas stays in Vegas? I didn't mute you, baby. You can unmute yourself, honey. I didn't mute you, love.
Well, I know you're talking.
Okay.
I've been listening.
I
I've
said,
been
do you have
listening.
anything that? Okay. So let's. Okay, you're good. Okay, so let's get to Vegas. So we in Vegas now. Where we
One
staying
last
at? Where we
thing.
staying at in
Boom,
Vegas?
boom, go ahead.
One last thing. When I got there, right? Remember I was telling you, me and my wife was going through a rocky time in our relationship. But literally the first day that I got there, he pulled me back to the room, like this is me and him, and he hollered at me. He was like, "Dang, like what's wrong with you?" You know what I'm saying? He like you going through something, like, and he knew about me and her relationship. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
Because
you and your
when I
wife.
first came, yes, because when I first was about to come, he thought we were all coming. I let him know it's just me, so he knew about our union. You know what I'm saying? So I was just letting him know, like, yeah, you know what I'm saying, like what we going through. It's still kind of weighing heavy on my heart right now. And then there, he was like, call her up. He's like, she should come. And in my mind, I'm like, she just left. Like we just got into it, like, and I'm at carbonation, like that's a waste of a call. Like what you talking about? Like, but to my surprise, he called her, she answered, and he showed that I was there because I didn't even tell her that I was going. Like I said, I was on some like we split, and I just went and just on some bucket type shit. So when he revealed that to her that I was there and encouraged her to come, even to my surprise, she said okay. So we booked a flight for her to meet us in Vegas. So my wife and my son ended up coming as well.
Wow. Okay.
Hey,
That's
book
okay.
flights for his baby mama because he had it set up where we was booking flights for his baby mama to sit next to Velvet, and he was gonna get them back together, and it was about to be him, the other baby mama, Velvet. We was buying tickets for a whole lot of people. We was spending money. We booked the Puerto Rico shit before we went to Vegas. We had booked 2 big ass Airbnbs in Puerto Rico. The nigga was spending hella money, flying hella people in and out at that time as well. So it was more people coming. So when we got to Vegas, Kite came back. A lot of other people came back. Who else? That's when Honor came. Kite came. Who else came at that time?
My wife was
Boomy's wife at that time. Yeah, and their kids.
What is that noise?
It's a big old house in Vegas. Little 2-story house in Vegas, like 4 bedrooms.
Cheap.
And it's all of us. It's like 20 of us at that time. 25 of us at that time. So like I said, we had bread, so it didn't matter how many of us it was. We had the space, and nigga, it was a lot going on, and that's when shit started really turning up, like really got out of hand with him because nigga, we was drinking. Oh, we was big drinking then, big smoking.
This was in Vegas.
Me and Musa to the weed dispensaries. We was going to the goddamn liquor stores, and that's what it was, the liquor and the weed that really had everybody on tilt at all times because it was nonstop.
Okay, so once I guess Boomy, his battery probably died. I think it was dying. Okay, he can come back at any time. So once let me see. I think this is him. Okay, let me let him up.
One quick thing, Miss Cherry. I'm sure you brothers were actually saying, just to be clear, you were saying that all the things that you bought were obtained by legal assets, and everything that you were saying before was just, an alleged, if you were involved with it. I'm sure you were saying that everything that was all alleged and everything you bought was with legally taxable tender, correct? You were saying that, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'll make sure we're on the same page.
No, not in LA. Not in LA. Because the thing that I brought some money.
Yeah, Boomy gave him like all the money.
They didn't really start receiving the money that they was applying for until like we was down there about to leave LA and we got to Vegas.
Like,
Not what I'm saying. I'm just making sure that you are stating very clearly that everything you did was 100% legal. and all your assets were legally obtained. I'm just making sure you're saying that specifically. Cool?
Yes.
All right.
Get,
Cool.
get it?
Get it,
I wanna make sure
Daniel. Get it.
that's what I heard. I want to make sure everybody else heard the same damn thing that I heard. That you guys
Did yes.
observers.
Yes.
Cool.
Tap your
Bet
bag.
it.
Tap your bag. All right. Thank you, Allie. Okay, so now we are in Vegas. You guys are partying, YOLO till the wheels fall off. Okay, so at that point in Vegas, did anything happen major at that point, or why did you guys jump and believe Vegas?
Somebody offers their house and come over here, like come out here, like shit.
They offered you your house. They offered you a house where?
In Vegas, the house that we
Oh,
went to,
okay.
somebody like was
I remember
hosting
that. I remember
come
that.
out,
I do remember that.
I could come out here, and Natureboy don't like living rent free, so we took care of all the rent for her. The whole time, duration of the time we was there, we paid her rent, we paid all the utilities, everything, and that's at every spot he goes to. He makes sure that happens. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like it was just that instant, but everywhere they go, and they making sure that the shit is taken care of.
Okay, so he wasn't a freeloader. How can I say he wasn't a freeloader with everybody else's money? He would use everybody else's money to pay the rent and the bills and stuff.
Absolutely,
Correct?
absolutely, everything got taken care of. Like he didn't even really touch. To be real, he didn't touch none of money. The finance team touched everything. The finance team handled all of it like a corporation would. You have a department of people who handle this.
Oh, okay.
You got people who handle that. Everybody had a position. That's why everybody didn't know everything. It was very structured and organized. People think that it was just a bunch of people running around. No. He had captains. He had other people under them, and they had to. And if you didn't respond correctly to the leadership, you got dealt with accordingly to the leadership.
Gang.
Right.
That's how it was. He always said that. He told y'all that.
Right. Okay. So, what made you guys leave the house in Vegas? Is what I'm asking.
I left the house in Vegas, personally, because he disrespected my wife, and when they were doing the spiritual bath hole incident, and he pulled his penis
Can you
out.
explain that to us? Can you go into details about how he disrespected your wife?
Oh
Please.
no.
There's people in here that don't know. There's people in here who have never heard the story.
I'd be like, it's been so many times, so it's like that.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but
No, it's cool.
I know. We have a lot of new people.
Okay, so one day we was all drinking and shit. We was all fucked up again, and the guys had noticed there was a smell every time we would switch rooms with the ladies, like, because we'd all never be in the same space at the same time unless we was all like dinner. That's the only time we all really like mingle together. But other than that, during the day, the women doing their thing, the men doing their thing. And then we would switch rooms, and the room was funky when we went in that motherfucker. We like, bro, we went to him like, bro, we got to do something. Like, the room funky to the motherfucker. It smelled like
from the women.
Yeah, so he sent us out like, go buy whatever, Febreze, go buy sockets. Wow. We went and spent, we went and bought everything. And the smell was there, so we was just like, he was like, oh, well, fuck it, we just got to give all the they just need to cleanse. So he came up with this shit. We about to do spiritual baths for all the women. He like, we about to do spiritual baths. They gonna all
hey,
go
Charlie.
these. They doing tea baths. Basically, they taking the herbs, put it in there, and then you getting washed down by other women. You know what I'm saying? And it's supposed to be this spiritual thing. So in the midst of that spiritual thing, he's going in and out of the bathroom. He's drunk. We didn't take shots. We didn't hit the pin. And he's going in there mingling, doing all types of shit with all the women. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he got to my wife, and she, he pulled his dick out on her while she was in the shower, and she, he told her to keep it a secret. Well, she came and told me, boom, and I didn't say nothing because I was being strategically like, wait a minute, how can I handle this situation without just being emotionally? Because I got a lot of stake. I got money here. I got my family here, and I'm in Las Vegas. I'm far from home right now. I'm like 3 hours away from home. I don't really got too many people. I had a couple of uncles that I got, but I'm like, nigga, I got my way in and I'm gonna get my way out. So I got smart and I told my wife, you know what? Listen, we out. And she was like, know what happened? And he acted like, oh, everything was all good. She, no, tell him what happened last night. Mm-hmm. And then he like, oh, he got upset with her, kicked her out of the room. And he like, man, you gonna have a man on mental. So me and him in the garage now. He trying to tell me this didn't happen, that didn't happen, and she telling me this happened. I'm like, nigga, I'm rocking with my wife, my nigga, because you're supposed to be the Messiah, my nigga. So how is you even at this vulnerable stage and you're this point in this house, nigga, where you could be that vulnerable, my nigga, without thinking? thinking without applying all this shit that you've been pressing on all these niggas in the house to do. The 3 C's, the 3 P's, nigga, goes over integrity, nigga, all that bullshit. You know, you feeding me, nigga. I'm on his head. I'm like, nigga, how you gonna tell me all that? And then you fold right here in the midst of me, my nigga. Like, how is that you the Messiah? He like, nigga, I'm not the Messiah. He like, nigga, I'm just a messenger, nigga. He like, nigga, to make up for it, I'll let you fuck my wife. I'm like, nigga, I'm not here for that, nigga. I'm not here for none of that.
The pussy around
because I'm trying to build and make people better and make myself the best version of myself, nigga. So you doing this is not helping, nigga, because now I got to separate myself from this whole shit. And when I told him, he's like, nah, don't leave, my nigga. He started apologizing. I'm like, nigga, ain't no apology, nigga. I feel like, nigga, you know what? I need to isolate from you. I need to isolate everybody. I need to isolate from this whole situation, and I just need to leave. And he didn't take me serious. So like an hour later, nigga, I already had moved the money out. My wife already closed our card, canceled the card. They didn't have to give me no cards back. They didn't have to give me none of that. I didn't need it because I just canceled all that shit and I just keep everything that comes after that. And so that's what I did. I gave him 30K when I left. I took 20, 21. So I gave him I left 9 in there. And I left. I booked me a hotel up the street, left. Me and my wife hopped on the Airbnb. We snuck out though. We didn't let nobody know. We snuck out the motherfucking house because everybody was being on their own shit. We just kind of plotted in the scheme like a situation in the garage, and then nigga, boom. The owner of the house was like, I told her the situation. She was like, oh, that's fucked up, nigga. She like, meet me around the corner. I'm gonna take y'all wherever y'all gotta go. Boom. So she dropped us at her hotel. We all went and had dinner and all that. They calling us at dinner. Where y'all at? They tripping the whole house up now. Like, nigga, I seen this shocking escape.
Whoa.
I didn't get the baby. I didn't nobody know we didn't escape. We out at dinner with the host.
Grab your shit and let's go.
The funny part is why everybody got to sneak out, man. Had to sneak a whole family out. But it's so easy. So easy. He said 9K for a house party. I don't know what you gonna do.
I can't believe that he still left $30,000 with them though.
All right, somebody's coming from somebody. So he say, hey Kiara, hey baby. That's so he say, you know. But you notice that he said Nature Boy had plenty of sources of money coming in. But damn. But remember the TVs, everybody had, I guess, I don't know if everybody, but he had the TVs and the music equipment. And remember, every time he left, I think one time he said that he shipped his stuff on a boat and that was only to Puerto Rico. But remember, every time he left, all that money, every country he in, that money is left there. You can't carry it with you. So I guess whoever cleaned up after that, they had some good, especially when they was roller skating. He had the big DJ equipment and stuff. Somebody lucky, right? Somebody lucky right about now on them little things that they had to leave. But even who, yeah, I can't wait. And at this point, again, I know y'all in the code and all this stuff, but I don't know if when they want their money back, they're gonna really care. Like you said, you got this business. Where this business is at? I don't know. They're gonna have to do a lot of convincing here to a lot of different people. And I know they mad today because they done practice all night, right? Just for Booker not to show up, right? They're like, damn it. I better make sure I got, okay, they up now. They up all night again, practicing the scenes over and over again. Okay. And then at 3:01, it was this. And then 3:05, we got to have a countdown for each minute of the day. So whatever time they ask us, we got it covered, right? They might not ask. And, you know, it's a shame more, as I hear, more. He had some people coming up in there on his side. I don't know who else he got to testify, but yep. Anybody got something to say before I started?
Yeah,
Y'all heard what he was talking about. What you have to say?
A lot of those, the three dummies, a lot of the stuff that they bringing up don't have nothing to do with the case.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
You know, they want them to go back and look at some stuff from. They're not going back and looking at that. They're gonna go by the case of what Materi got going with him and what he did to her and how he treated her. That's what it's gonna be about. It's not gonna be about all that stuff that they trying to defend.
It might turn into the Malaya show, though. Mm-hmm.
They ain't
It
gonna
just
let
might.
her up there. They not gonna let her talk.
No, she is. Them three ones are coming in. They have been allowed to speak as witnesses because they were there. Mm-hmm. Which is the dumbest thing to do, but yep, boss lady, yes. Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that they were gonna be witnesses because they kept saying
That's why
three
you keep
other.
hearing me say, and how in the world is they going to do that?
Hey y'all.
Hey, Booski.
Hey, my earpiece do got a charge, so I might be on mute for a second. But I did want to say, because I was watching another quote unquote organized organization. I don't know if you can say. Can
See.
you still say the C word on YouTube?
No.
Anyway. Oh, see?
I don't know what C word. Oh.
Not religion, but whatever. The woman from the 8 passengers had her arraignment today, her sentencing, and they made it clear that the jailhouse calls were a big part of their trial. So he thinks that nothing can touch him. He like everything bounces off of him like Iron Man, especially in the beginning. Them jailhouse calls is gonna be on the record.
Yeah, because they was running their mouth.
Running. Like Fontaine out this bitch. It was running their mouth.
Then Suge had to tell them to shut up. She had told them that for about 2 months, and then they finally shut the hell up.
And he was going hard in the very, very beginning when he first got behind. So everything, and that's all their property. And it may even be made public too, once the trial is over.
Yeah, but all that stuff.
So they can't walk that back. No, they're not gonna be able to walk all that stuff back.
You right about that. And a lot of it don't have nothing to do with the trial.
Exactly. That's how I'm like, they're gonna have more charges. Watch. And girls should be pleading the fifth. Because they dumb and dumber. Malia can't even garner her own thoughts properly. Imagine her trying to follow some cockamamie BS they try to make up together.
Just her sitting in court trying to talk with her illiterate ass.
I got one thing to say. This is not right, and it's gonna stop, and it's gonna stop now. These are people that are going to be on the stand. Do you know how the lawyers are going to absolutely destroy them? Every one of these people is culpable for another crime. Like you just heard, well, I don't know if y'all did. I just heard him and Boomy admit about 4 or 5 different felonies, right? So even if no victim comes forward, they're going to question him about the PPP loans. And they're going to say, listen, we're not really interested in the PPP loans. We're interested in Natureboy. That's when the beans get spilled. So when these people, the more they talk, the more you know that is going to force them to cooperate and become witnesses against Natureboy. Yeah, because they're admitting. Go ahead, boss lady.
Telling, but they don't know they telling.
Because they so dumb and they so thirsty for attention. And you don't always need a victim or a body to get convicted of a crime.
Exactly, because if the authorities witness a crime committed on video, they will prosecute you on the evidence that's on video, you dummy. They don't have to have a victim. That's why I said these people don't realize, like, the more I love when they do interviews, because now that's when we're going to get to the truth, because they're gonna have pressure points to put on all of them, because all of them are guilty of stuff. And you notice how they lie by omission. They know that they're guilty of other stuff. They'll tell about certain things, but all of them are co-conspirators in other things. And so none of them are going to tell the whole story.
Oh yeah, but I told that nigga, no, I'm not about to be selling crack on this block. Like,
Shaka was knee deep in the finances, so much so that he said once he realized Nature Boy was on that bullshit, he got his money back out of the account. They're going to ask him, well, how'd you have access to the account? How much money was in there? Where did that money come from? They're going to go back. They're going to check all the Cash Apps. Because remember, they passed that law. If you get more than $10,000 on Cash App, they have to report that to the feds.
oh no, honey. It's back then, yeah.
5,000. I'm sorry, 5,000,
no,
not 10,000.
Now it's 600. Now it's $600.
Oh, see? Well, there you go. So it's going to be a lot, man. It's a lot of moving parts. So that's what we was talking about, this spider web. It's going to be multiple superseding indictments and cases that are going to come just from the Janae case. She started the ball rolling. You know, that's it. And it's going to.
That's all they wanted.
Yeah, that's all they wanted. They needed that one thread to pull, and all the fabric's going to come apart.
Yeah, they have several cases to open up against them.
That's all they wanted. Tax evasion alone is going to be a major one, because where's our cut? All this stuff going back and forth. Where's our cut? And he's talking about, oh, we had a finance department and we had a traveling department and a department. And
he was saying they booked it. So how they booked the Airbnbs even before they went. See, all of these things are going to come into play. Like I said, they're admitting crime after crime. And you got to remember, even though Puerto Rico is a territory of the United States, they're still subject to, when you do anything state to state, that makes it a federal charge. Think about when you go to another country, you're violating international laws now.
And who knows what's going on over there? And they don't want no smoke because they get a lot of money and backing from America, so they always going to cooperate.
Exactly.
Ra alone came from Germany through an African country. They got Canada. They got Mama Dia was Honduran.
Facts.
These are not U.S. citizens.
Now, somebody's. Yeah. Now they had those. Let me just say they gonna keep saying my husband. First of all, if Zoko pops back up, right? If Zokane pops back up, she can't say my husband. She's legally married. Fufu can't say my husband. Fufu is legally married, right? Now I guess the only person who can probably say that right about now would be Malaya, right? I don't think that you can go into court.
Too?
Yeah, Aya married to Tron, but see, the courts don't recognize that.
Aya didn't get married.
Was it Fufu?
Was Fufu?
Was it Fufu?
No, Fufu is Caliber.
I know it was three. I know it was three of them. I forgot who. I know it was Nathan Boy.
Yeah, but FBI, right? FBI didn't get married, right? But I don't know how you gonna say my husband. They're like, well, ain't you married? They are legally, so they could try it all they want, right? But
see, that's why I said
somebody would say, well, hold up.
You call yourself whatever you want to. In a court of law, they don't recognize that, oh, they're his wives in the tribe. They don't, because matter of fact, that even makes them look worse. So they're not going to be able to come in and say my husband, because one, the courts don't recognize that.
You breaking up, Shug.
And you can't even say it's your religion. Oh, girl, the thing is crazy. And even if you was Muslim and you saying these my wives, them two can't say that because they are legally married. So you can't be like, oh, my husband, and then, no, this your husband, right? So I don't know how they're gonna do that. I don't.
And then the question falls in line.
Be happening in this.
And then the question falls in line, why are you legally married? Because clearly on this video, he was your husband yesterday and the day before that and the day before that. So what's T, sis?
And you know what else? and you know what else? At the time, Nature Boy was married, legally married to Velvet. That's when the alleged bape happened. So again, if you were legally married at that time, that's adultery. That looks even worse on your case. Why are you having relations with another woman when you're legally married? And then
adultery is actually still illegal in a lot of states, and people don't know that because they don't really press
exactly
it, but it really is illegal.
Exactly. And Solar was legally married to Zoka. He had a baby with Natiri. So that right there is, you know, again, that's adultery, which is illegal still in like 40 something states. So, you know, like I said, there's going to be so many different things that are going to come out that are going to spark other cases. And these people, what the only thing that's going to be interesting to me is
that was my answer to Amazon Mirage question, and you just answered it, right? She said, I don't think all these cases are going to be happening. This is a small. People keep thinking it's a small. No, only the people we saw was small. He still have a big reach, right?
Well, I'm gonna tell
you. Then you got to make room for copycats. So it's not small as you think.
Nope. And then all the black web videos and stuff he was making, like you said, it's only what we see.
And it's a couple things with that. They may seem small. You might have seen 25 people on camera, but what they're looking at is they're going to look at the reach that he has on social media, the tens and hundreds of thousands of followers. So that's what they're looking at. But you got to remember also, Charles Manson didn't even have 25 people in his cult. But they're one of the most well-known cults in history. So it's not about the size, it's about the reach that the people, that the feds feel they may have. And when they look at a guy that's relatively young in their eyes, as far as most cult leaders, they look at the reach that he has in the community. They see he's got 100 and something thousand followers. They're like, whoa, they're not looking at those 12, 15 people we see on camera. They're going to say, this dude's got 100,000 people following him. So,
and the law is the law, and they don't like when you poke fun and play games in the law's face. He still broke the law. I don't care if he had two people.
He thumbed his nose at him too. He was like, yeah, I'll beat my women. Come get them. Come do something to me. Come lock me up. Remember how many times did he say that? He thumbed his nose at him. So they're going to make an example out of him. You got to remember, down there in Georgia right now, that's where all these, you know, Nexium, Rashad Jamal, all these different cults, look at all the rappers and all the people that are getting, you know, trafficking cases. You know, there's a couple rappers. The one dude, Chopper, that was on Making the Band, he got the same thing. He had a couple strippers that he was taking state to state to, you know, they was working, and he got interstate trafficking, you know.
And it's an election year too. And look at what our election is doing this year. A bunch of craziness. You think they're gonna let something like this slide?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Nene, you're right. Georgia has a history because they go all the way back to York. You got to remember, Dr. York was based down in Georgia. So they're very, very aware of that kind of presence. And so I think they're going to, like you said, it's an election year. All of that plays into it. They're going to make an example out this boy, and as they should. And like I said, all these guys, you know, all these videos, it's going to come back to bite them, because everything they said, they're going to ask them questions about, and they're going to delve into it. They're going to watch these videos. Oh, you said this about July 4th. Oh, you said this about the PPP loans. Oh, you said this on Beagle about such and such. They're going to question them about all that stuff. So
people like, this is not him selling weed on the block, y'all.
Right. Oh, you right.
Around your way that caught a charge because he was drinking too much at the club, and he had some like blickies in his car. This ain't even that.
Yeah, they only gave Booker a 1-day continuous. Should he got to be there tomorrow? Okay, Suge might have stepped away, but yeah, you're right. That's the thing. Like, when you look at the music industry right now, every rapper that they've taken down in probably the last 5 years has been on RICO charges. Casanova in New York, 6ix9ine in New York. What's the boy from down south? Had him locked up. I can't even remember his name now. But
YF,
yeah.
that Lucci dude, and also
YF and Lucci.
Gunna.
YF and Lucci. Then you go to Philly. Go back out to Philly. You go OBH. You know, AR he's still in jail. It's been 10 years. Then you go, like I said, you go to any of these cities. You look at these guys when they indict them. All of them are Fed charges. Every one of these, all of these rappers, and because you got to remember, like, it's easier now for them to prosecute a RICO case because, first of all, they got a 98.2% conviction rate. But when you have other guys and you say, "Hey, man, we got you on tape," you know, selling an ounce of white, and you had a gun on you. We're not tripping off that. We want this guy. That's enough incentive for 99.9% of people to go, okay, am I going to go to prison for 10 to 15 years, keeping it real, holding it down, or am I going to do what I got to do so I can get back home to my family? And I don't care what they tell you beforehand. When you get in that interrogation room and they offer you that deal, 99.9% of people are going to take that deal.
Yeah,
Hey, panel. Hey,
what?
chat.
Let you leave me in locked up for $1,400. I'm gonna keep it real, all right?
Yeah.
Hey, panel. Hey, chat.
Hey.
Hey, what's going on? Peace.
Hey, love to everybody, especially fam. Hey, I'm not gonna be up long. I just wanted to say that I'm here in Atlanta and I watch the court cases for Fulton and DeKalb counties like daily. And what I want folks to understand is there is a real agenda happening with our Black and brown people in particular. Every single day that I watch these court cases, there are nothing but us. Literally, there is only us in the bond reviews, in the arraignments. And what I want you to know is most of these cases are going unindicted, and folks are sitting in jail for 300, 400, 600 days on unindicted cases. This state and these counties in particular, Fulton and DeKalb, are going hard on RICO charges, on gang charges, on cult charges, and drug charges. So to those who think that maybe this will be underwhelming of a case, I just don't believe that because of how Georgia counties are working right now.
I understand, and I don't blame them. It's affecting tourism and stuff like that, how they make their money. And not just white people, us too.
It is.
The prices of your houses and all that. Like, no, insurance goes up.
It is. And I also think that you kind of would have to be here to understand what's happening politically, but from a political perspective, what y'all may not know is that Fulton County and DeKalb County is generally a purple and Democratic county, right? Fulton County was a red county because a lot of this is political, and just to give y'all a little perspective, Fulton County went purple during our last election. That really pissed the Republicans off. And I really believe that because it's changed, this has become a more police state since the last major elections when Fulton County went purple. The Democrats won Fulton County, and that historically does not happen. And since that time, you've seen en masse more and more folks not just being arrested, but staying in jail. Listen to what I'm saying. Unindicted for 2 years, 3 years, on and when they the law is required to give them a bond at 90 days. So when they do get a bond, the bonds are astronomical. Like you might as well not even have one. I just watched a case today where somebody stole a roll of toilet paper and hand sanitizer. They are sitting unindicted for 160 days for stealing a roll of toilet paper and hand sanitizer, and they're indigent with no money at all, and their bond on a bond reduction is $14,000.
I was getting ready to say on average on a RICO case, the bond averages $250,000 to $500,000.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So
But
I'm
a
kind of,
lot of those guys that they had in that RICO case are they getting out?
You got to realize. You
well,
got
you
to
got to
realize
realize how long they've been sitting
For
in,
what?
first of
Or are
all.
they selling
prior.
something to get out?
They've been sitting in
Yeah.
though. That's the thing. They've been
See?
sitting in for 2.5, 3 years, a lot of them.
Right, right. But
That's why they're getting out.
a lot of them
And this
are
is
getting from under that case. So
Mm-hmm.
what a lot of people don't realize either. The RICO statute came about because of organized crime, because of the
Fine.
mafia. And
I listen to Giuliani, so I'm ready to
prior,
learn, y'all. So.
yeah, prior to 2010, 90% of RICO cases were white collar crimes against Caucasians. And from 2010 up to present, almost 90% of RICO cases now involve Black defendants with drug or gang cases, like Nene was saying just a minute ago. So I
say
just
that
wanted to throw
again.
that in.
Wait. Say that again.
Which part?
The cases. Something.
Prior to 2010, when they originally enacted RICO cases, like I said, it was for the mafia in the late 80s.
Okay.
Rudolph Giuliani was the mayor. So he was instrumental. He tries to take credit for it. He was just one of the people that was pushing because he was the mayor of New York.
He should have been on RICO himself.
Yeah, the Rockefellers actually are the ones that got it passed. But anyway, so when they enacted the RICO case, the RICO statutes, 90% of the people that got indicted under RICO, they were white. They were white males, and they were usually white collar crimes. Wall Street, embezzlement.
I was about to say Wall Street, Wolf of Wall Street. Think Wolf of Wall Street.
Okay, those kind of crimes. After 2010, they figured out through the gangs how to use that same RICO statute to do what they did to the mob. They never arrested the mob bosses. They would always arrest the street soldiers and go up the ladder by making them take plea deals. And so before 2010, 90% of RICO cases were against white people for white collar crimes. After 2010, 90% of the RICO cases are against Black people for drug and gang crimes. So you go figure.
Yeah,
I know what I'm seeing down here in Georgia, and everything Kevin's saying is absolutely the truth. You know, you got to think about the metro area of Atlanta where Nature Boy is sitting, right? This is known as the Black Mecca as it is, and it's our people that are sitting here on these cases. And I'm not saying it's not true. I mean, you got to think about how many major gang related crimes have happened in Atlanta. I'm talking about like a lot of
They
rappers and
probably in
things
the
like that.
games.
I understand why the government is taking it down, and I'm not saying that shouldn't be the case. But what I am saying is it is definitely an agenda against our people specifically.
Yeah, because that, and I'm gonna tell you where it started.
Georgia.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, boss lady.
I was agreeing with her. Down there in Georgia, they are prosecuting to the fullest. And you guys have state troopers out there, or y'all have
We have state. This is crazy. We have state troopers, county police, and city police.
Oh, okay, yeah, we don't.
We have that in New York.
We don't have troopers.
Each borough has their own police. The boroughs in Chinatown barely speak English. I mean, the officers in Chinatown even barely speak English. Each borough has their own police. There's cops all over, general police. There's police by like everything. There's troopers. There's all that. Excuse me.
Yeah, but we don't have state troopers out here.
But y'all need it. They're going crazy. I hear they're jacking cars and stuff and running in stores and all. Like, you can't even go to the mall safe down there. Nobody wants to go to Atlanta no more. Even us Black people be like, oh no, they boosting down there. There's a lot of crime. I'm not going to Atlanta. That is a problem.
Like going to Mexico.
Every Atlantean.
Yeah, everybody used to go to Mexico to vacation, but it's just like Atlanta. You don't want to go no more. But I'm gonna tell you what started.
That nationwide, it's a problem with the way they prosecute our people.
Absolutely.
Right, because they don't. I moved from New York and now I'm in Vegas, and they don't got no problem locking white people up. Even one got pow about like with a
Yeah,
blicky the other day by the
what
cops.
about
But
that?
they'll give you a slap on. They give them a slap on the wrist and let them walk in a few
No,
days
they
or whatever.
don't. What about that white boy that was pimping that? They was pimping them black girls. They gave him 31 years.
Oh yeah, but I'm like saying in general. I'm not like colloquially. Like they'll. He got 31. If it was a black guy, he'll probably get 60. They'll still get arrested, but it's the way they chart. They like the sentencing that
Yeah.
really is the issue.
We gotta understand they watch us too. I'm gonna tell you what started all of these RICO indictments on these rappers and on these gangs. Remember in the late 90s, early 2000s, they had that whole no snitching campaign. So when you think about it from a law enforcement standpoint, right? I know that just say this chat, we was a clique, and they knew individually, you know, all 20 of us or 30 whatever of us in here, we're all out on the streets and we're hustling. Suge is at the top, but all of the chat, you got to get through all the chat before you get to Suge. So if they go out and they arrest me, they get me and I go, you know what? I ain't snitching. Give me my time. And I take my time. They haven't made a dent. But if they take everybody in this chat and say, listen, we can go back and we can show you where you incriminated yourself in this chat. We can go back and show you the video where you said X, Y, and Z when you made a comment on the panel. So now, by putting pressure on all of us in the chat, guess who they have access to? And now they've got indictments on all 30 of us, as opposed to one here, one there. They still haven't taken the organization down. And the biggest example of that, the very first big RICO indictment they had was against BMF. That was the blueprint for everything else.
Facts.
Mm-hmm.
It's the biggest mistake that the music industry made, I think, because let's keep it real. The music industry has always been tied to the streets. That's a fact.
Always facts.
Always. But that's why I say that we need to infiltrate the police system too. And I hate to even use that word, excuse that word, but like, you know, it needs to be more of us behind the shield and not the ones that hate themselves for being their color or anti, like, I hate my skin because it's black. Nah, I'm talking about like real ones. Because there was a short time in the 90s when real black men and women from the communities were becoming police. And it was a small time, especially in New York, a small decline very shortly, and it went right back up. But why none of our kids like saying, I want to be a police officer when I grow up?
That's a loaded question.
I'm gonna tell you how intricate they get with their scheming, right? So one day I'm sitting down at the youth center that I co-run, and it was a knock on the door. I go answer the door. It's the middle of the day, so I know on like a Tuesday, so I know it's none of the kids. I'm thinking who is? So I open the door. It's two white guys and a black dude, all of them in suits. They called me by name as soon as I answered the door, and I'm like, what's up? Step in, right? So we go sit down. Basically, to make a long story short, without giving you all the details, they're like, look, we know that you're trying to make a difference in your community, and we appreciate that. They had shown me pictures they had taken of me out at protests and different things going around in the city because I was very active, you know, doing that. So, and they basically said, I call it like soft pressure. They was like, listen, we know you have a lot of influence in the community, and we know you have a lot of connections with some of the guys who are the movers and shakers and power brokers in the community, as far as in the streets. Plus, we know that you mentor and you work with a lot of these kids who are real active members right now, and you know in real time, like, what's going on. If you cooperate with us, that would be a good thing because you would be helping your community on a deeper level. And of course, this will all be clandestine, which means secretive, undercover, blah, blah, blah. And basically, I said, listen, let me save you a whole lot of wind. No. No, like that's not an option. I'm helping my community in a way that I feel I need to help my community. If you signed on to take a job as a police officer, then you need to do your job and try to make the community as safe as you can in your way. But you're not going to get me to turn people in and, do that. Nah, you gotta get somebody else to do that. you know. But this is how they and then after I said no emphatically to them, they was like, well, listen, how much you get paid from the center? And I said, come on, man, this is a nonprofit. You know this is voluntary. They offer me bread. It's like, listen, we can set something up where we can, you know, we definitely can provide a monthly stipend. We have that in our budget to do so. That's the CI's, confidential informants. I'm like, bro, listen, no, we don't have to go no further into detail about it. But this is how, and I just told y'all that story to let you know, this is how they operate. They're not going to come in and try to, you know they can't come in and infiltrate our center or infiltrate, you know, the local, you know, Black group activist groups here in the city. So what they do is they just go in and find one and say, listen, man, I know you work at Walmart, and then on your time off, you come in here and volunteer and try to help the community. Bro, let me help you out. All I'm asking you is, and you'll be stopping crime. Just tell us who's doing what, and we can stop it before it happens. You helping your community, bro. They'll make it sound good. They'll pitch it to you good, and you get a lot of people. They struggling. They'll be like, yo, I'm helping. I'm stopping. But what they don't realize is they're streaming, they're providing bodies for that pipeline, because they got to fill up these prisons here in Missouri, because they've got six federal maximum security prisons in the state of Missouri, right? And so they've got to fill those up with bodies. They have to. And they're not even through the state. These are private owned prisons. So, which means they have no guidelines as far as, you know, who they're going to incarcerate. See, the jails, they have to worry about overcrowding. They have to prioritize violent offenders over non-violent offenders as far as release. The private prisons, they don't go by those guidelines. That's what the sister was talking about earlier when she said people can sit unindicted in jail for 2 to 3 years, because the state is paying money every day for everybody that's incarcerated. Every single human body that is in that facility, they get money for that. So
yeah, in New York they have a quota too. We knew about the numbers when we was little. We knew the cops had numbers. You could tell when the first was rolling around and they had their quota to fill.
Yeah, facts.
Can I tell y'all something? Who was that? Say Hudson that mentioned. I know you didn't like the term, but infiltrating.
Yeah, that was me.
Let me tell y'all what just happened here in Fulton County. So the courts are all run online, and the same system that us citizens can use to file cases, whether it's criminal or civil, the same online system that civilians use is the same systems that the judges use, the prosecutors use. You know, everybody uses the same system. So it was hacked. Somebody took down the whole dang on system about 4 weeks ago. It's been 4 weeks, y'all, and they are still having court, not knowing who the alleged victims are in their cases. They can't look up what they can look up your prior offenses, but they can't look up what the actual charge is that you're sitting in jail for. And so they're going in blind, but still letting these people sit in jail.
Facts.
Think about that. That is deep. So I just reiterate what's happening down here, because I want y'all to like, for anybody who's questioning how serious this Natureboy case is going to be and how it's going to be treated. Like, I'm down here, I'm seeing what's happening, and I think if they were going to go light on him, he'd have been out already.
Yeah, he got no bail. Like, are they crazy? Who thinks he's getting out there? That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
They got to understand, they got to be more into their own community. When's the last time somebody been to a city hall meeting?
Right.
Absolutely. There's
you
a real
even know, like, the sergeant in a precinct, in a local precinct. Like, you should at least, even if you don't go meet you should know who these people are.
fact.
They're literally policing you.
Down here, people are real ambivalent about that. You don't really see a lot of like public interest in these things, particularly like I live in the city of Atlanta. You don't really see our people engage, and I think a lot of it is things have become so difficult down here. You know, the middle class is getting slimmer and slimmer, and it's just more and more of You have your high income folks, and you have your folks living in poverty, and that middle class is just dwindling more and more. And so I think people are just under so much pressure that they just don't really care about what's going on within our city and local government. They're too busy focused on just getting through the day.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you something people can do too, man. And this is something I actually did, and you'll be surprised. I didn't know the reaction I would get from doing it, but shout out to my partner Darren Seals. He's the one that started Sankofa nonprofit that we run, youth center. And what we did was, people don't realize, like she just said, you don't even know who, most people don't know who their own chief of police is. Do you know that all of, not only their names, how many years they've been on the force, and their disciplinary record are all public information?
Absolutely.
I went down and I requested a meeting with the chief. He had no idea who I was. When I went in and I told him, I said, listen, if you're going to come into my city and make $175,000, that's more than not the median income, the high income for this city. So you're making the same money as most attorneys, doctors, and people of that level make in this city. And so you making that much money, I'm going to hold you accountable. I know that you worked at this police department for X amount of time. I know that you had X amount of disciplinary reports on your force. And I noticed that X amount of officers only got punished or reprimanded or none got fired and blah, blah, blah. And I knew so much information about him, it threw him off guard. And then I asked him, I said, I like to bring somebody else in and introduce you to him. I brought my son in. He was about 16 at the time, 17. I said, listen, this is my son. I said, get to know his face and let your officers get to know, because he rolls around with me when I'm out here moving around in the community. So I don't want it to be no misunderstandings or mistakes that y'all thought he was doing something. He's a good kid. He's in school, blah, blah, blah. He mentors, he volunteers. So it kind of threw him off guard, because he's like, damn, this dude really, he did his homework. And I would tap in with him from time to time and let him know, listen, man, I was down at the center, man. We always have movie nights on Fridays. I'm like, man, we had movie night this past Friday, man, and I heard gunshots for like 30 minutes straight, man, and there was no responding officers. Like, what's up with our district, man? What's up with our ward? Where's our ward representative, and why aren't we getting police responses? At least just riding through, flashing your floodlight, as if you're looking for somebody or making sure nobody's laying in the street shot. And when you do stuff like that, it pulls their coat without, you're not doing anything wrong. You're not being loud
do what
about
you're
it.
supposed to do, because technically they're working for us, the community.
Absolutely.
Talk about it.
And in saying that, then like you were saying about these board meetings, I go to my local board meetings, and guess who?
I would like to. Yeah, guys. I would
Go ahead, Phil. We get off. I'm sorry, y'all too. I'm sorry.
We was holding it down, but we should.
I'm sitting right here, but I let y'all do y'all. Right, and I know I'm munching at the same time. I want to eat on the thing. Yes, I am, damn it. Then I got the ginger ale on the side, damn it. So I just be enjoying your conversation because there's so much good information. But I have always said that all the time. In a lot of things, me and Cap always said, get to know your local people, right? Because them are the ones you can touch, are the ones you cannot touch, right? So,
Yep. Whenever I hold an event, I can call my local alderman, the president of our ward. I can call the mayor and say, listen, I'm holding an event. It would mean a lot if you came down and supported and just showed your face. They always come. Why? Because it's good PR for them. Do they really care? I don't know. And I don't care if they care, but they show their face. So now you're building a rapport. So then you can go to them in other situations and say, listen, and you can really make them work for you if you know how to do it.
Yep, I was about to say, I bet you they be there first.
Yeah.
Y'all gonna let me finish this video. Y'all gonna let me finish this video. I'm not playing with y'all, swear for goodness.
Jackie be on you like Nick now.
It was like,
hurry the fuck up.
So, and it was just like, man, so that's why we left. And we didn't go back since then. and we just been
But
doing our
Boomy
own
was
thing.
there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Boomy
Boomy
was there when
still
you
there,
left.
yeah. I told Boomy the situation. I put Boomy inside in the closet. I didn't really break it all the way down. I just told him, this nigga wild and I'm out here, my nigga. Stay here, get whatever you need from this, my nigga, but I'm out.
Because you're queen.
Okay.
He ain't tell me what he down though.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't tell him the whole
Boomy.
situation. I just told him I'm out, nigga. This nigga wild and nigga, he did some wild shit. I just told him like that.
No, you
We was
didn't.
in the
You
closet.
snuck
We just
out.
talked for a second.
Okay. All right. Okay. Boomy, so what made, did you know they were leaving? Or you, right. You didn't know they were leaving?
He
You didn't know they were leaving?
This nigga Shaka hit me with a text like, I left your backpack in the closet. You guys, I'm like, okay. That's
okay,
how
so I have a question. Okay, I have two questions actually. I want to piggyback off of the spiritual bath. Now you said the women had a really bad odor. Do you believe it was because just not clean vagina, not clean body, or do you believe it was diseases, a smell from a disease?
I believe it was everything. To be real, I believe it was all that shit. It was a little not taking care of themselves properly. You gotta remember, these girls is young. A lot of these girls in there like
I know
20,
they
21,
are
18. So they ain't really got that much experience with life. They don't know nothing about none of this shit. My daughter 18 right now. She
nothing about washing.
Nigga, with the car keys.
My grandbaby. Hold on. I have to interject. My grandbaby is 7. She takes 3 baths a day. She don't play that. Right. Yeah, no, you gotta learn how to do your hygiene.
They not even like young and like really like tapped in like that to that point to where they can understand like, oh my God, I need to take care of myself and stop listening to this man that's trying to tell me how to take care of me.
That's fair.
So
that's right.
I picture all of it. Like I believe some of them had some shit they needed to take care of because I'm like, nigga, whoever went and got healed, who left and got healed, nobody. So y'all all fucking circles and passing. Y'all all just circling, nigga. We circulate that shit a million
He prohibited that.
Right. Okay, so I definitely understand that. Okay, Boomy. Now, if Shaka would have tapped you and said, "Nigga, let's go," would you have left at that point in time? Would you have grabbed your shit and left, or would you have stayed?
I feel like I would addressing the situation more head on. Like you know what I'm saying? Like I was kind of surprised. Like once Shaka left and finally went live. You know what I'm saying? I was kind of surprised that's what had happened. So yeah, definitely. Like I feel like if I would have knew then, I feel like it would have been a problem. Like I feel like my wife would have felt like it would have made a problem. You know what I'm saying? So
your wife
and he wanted us to keep it a secret too.
He didn't want me to tell nobody. He didn't want Azine to know, let nobody know. He didn't want Velvet to find out what happened. He told me that in the garage, and I'm like, nigga, I ain't trying to cause no problems in the house, nigga. I'm just trying to let a nigga know you a foul nigga, bro. I'm gonna let you know to your face you a foul nigga. And he was like, cool, you can tell me that, but nigga, just don't let the people in the house know. So that's why I left like that. I'm like, bet, you don't want me to let everybody know you're a fuck nigga, so I'm gonna just leave my way, nigga. I just left. I'm not about to ask you for no money back. I'm not about to do that, nigga. I'm about to just get on and ghost on you, nigga. And that's what I did. I got ghost on you.
Okay,
I ain't had to
that's
say nothing.
understandable.
I just let my actions speak for me at that point.
Okay, just checking. I'm just checking on you, Queen. Just checking on you, Queen. Okay, so you guys bounced. You guys got a ride, and at that point you were separated. When did you go back? And Boomy was still there. You didn't go back after that?
Back after that.
No. Okay, so Boomy, boom. You guys were. When did you guys all pack up and leave at that point from that house in Vegas?
You probably stayed a month.
And then you left after a month. Where did you guys go after that?
Puerto Rico.
We went to we went to Mexico.
Yeah, Mexico.
We weren't supposed to go to Puerto Rico, and I'm like, damn, there's so much shit in Vegas. So the fucking entry exam, they used to try to test the new people to try to like like eliminate them out of the mix type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like to see if you knew the knowledge or not.
So that they can keep the resources.
So he basically he came up with the entry exam for the new people, right?
Mhm.
And I'm already like, nigga, I already know the 5 sciences. I'm like, nigga, nigga, I'm on that, like, nigga,
Right.
like, good. So he get to asking me certain questions. We go out to the beach one day, and I feel like I got half of them right, half of them wrong. This is in the build up before we took the test, right?
I'm listening to you. Yeah.
And he kind of like tried to point that I don't know all of the knowledge. But then I challenged the whole group. He had the whole group surrounding me, right? I'm like, majority of them don't even know the answer to these questions you just asked. And he like, what? He like, fuck that. He like, hey, you know what I'm saying? They know this shit, this, that, and so forth. I'm like, ask him that shit you just asked me. So he got to ask him the same question.
We knew they don't know.
Half of them got the questions wrong. They didn't know the answer to the question. So that's when it got to the point where he like, everybody got to take the test. But at first, it was supposed to be just for the new members to potentially eliminate us, because he was like, if we didn't pass to a certain level, then we had to go. You know what I'm saying? So that's why he even came up with the entry exam. So
he ain't want all those men there.
Like, we were supposed to go to Puerto Rico. I don't have a passport, right? And I noticed, like, when they switched the idea of, like, we going to Mexico, like, he know I don't got no passport. Nobody put me to the side, let me know. He just made it enough, but, like, we going to Mexico. And I'm like, oh, okay, so I'm just supposed to deal. All right, okay. You know what I'm saying? But I still end up going, though.
Okay, so did everybody leave from the house in Vegas and go to the next house, or were there people that left?
Ended up leaving. Tron ended up leaving. Shaka, I think, and his Vegas left. Who else had left?
Star?
That's already.
Kite came back.
Kite came back before I left, though. Before I left, he came back.
And then it was like, and then it's like they had them niggas like fuck him up, like almost like as a reinitiation back into the group. Like Kite got fucked up.
A DP, they disciplined him. A DP, like you doing again. A DP. That's what that is.
No.
No.
Natureboy didn't do that. He did that to himself. He said, "I feel bad. I told Keller that if I ever left, that I wanted him to beat me up. My nigga, he asked to get beat up."
I'm not rolling with that.
If I ever left, beat me up.
That don't even sound
right.
Who says that in real life?
That don't even sound right.
Wow.
I told Kite, no, don't do it, bro. He was like, "No, I gotta take this one." I'm like, okay, if you got to, then nigga, serve a purpose.
You don't understand what it is. But none of you have any experience in gang shit, do you? All you're describing, literally, violations, knowledge check.
I'm just sitting back watching this shit, but I'm in there like,
thank you.
This is exactly what that is.
Exactly.
Okay. So let's stay on track. I want to keep the interview on track now. I know we having a good time, but let's stay on track. Okay, so several members left in Vegas. So where did you guys go to after Vegas? Was it Puerto Rico or was it Mexico?
Wait, it's so much shit that you missing though. Vegas is a lot of shit that you got to go through. You gotta let Boomy go through Vegas. Because
okay,
Mexico
go ahead, Boomy.
So we gotta finish.
So
Vegas
let's go. Okay, boom. Everybody get in the car. We're gonna go through this Vegas ride. Boom. Okay. I'm ready. We out. Go ahead.
Hear you, bro.
Can't hear you, Boomy. Boomy, we can't hear you.
So
we ready for the Vegas ride. Okay.
So I'm pretty sure a lot of people know about the story of True and Loyal fight. Like there was a lot of like altercations like outside in the community in Courage that was like kind of blew my mind. I was just kind of like, it kind of put me back in the space of being familiar, like the environment where I came from. It kind of started making me feel like I was on 7 Mile in Detroit all over again at the liquor store. Like it was like a fight every other night. Like so that same night that he's saying that they took the spiritual baths, we was outside and I just remember like True like come on, I'm tired of your shit, and just discussing. And we turn around, he like wailing on Loyal, like what at it. And I'm like, damn. So they gonna break it up, right? But then they like, but then they set it up and they was like, they started encouraging it, like set it back up for round 2. For round 3, it was like egging it on, like shit, fuck it, like let's go type shit. And we kind of in a gated community. It's like, and I'm sitting here thinking like, nigga, they about to call the police. Like, oh, shit like that would be going on. I'd be like, I just get to thinking like, do they really be present and what they really be doing? It's like it's real. Like you can tell like it's deep mental issues going on. Like they'll be like chanting, like it's like spewing all over the motherfucking place. Like that shit was crazy. Like and they used to always like be encouraging like competitive fights, trying to check each other, trying to prove their worth to him. You know what I'm saying? Trying to be the one that checked the next nigga about being out of order and shit like that. And yeah, that shit was wild.
Yeah, that sounds like a real spiritual place.
I think that was the same night. That one night, Malia tried to leave that night. She tried to leave that night, and she was running downstairs trying to get the fuck out. And Zoka
was pregnant at that time. Grabbed her,
drug her back up the stairs. I'm like, damn, like this shit is wild.
And that's when he started whooping her ass. It seemed like I don't know what we just heard her screaming, nigga. They was like, nigga, he up there whooping her ass. I was like, what the fuck going? This shit crazy. That was the wildest night out of all the nights. Because there was so much shit going on. So many people getting into it. The women was acting up too. It wasn't just the men, it was the women acting up too. The women was sparking that shit and pushing, and they was egging that shit on.
Damn. So okay, so is there anything else you want to add on the Las Vegas ride before we go to our next?
I think we can move forward. I think something else.
That was the most important part, though. There was a lot of fights going on at that time. Oh, the marriages too. Everybody got married.
They all got married.
We was all supposed to get married. Yeah, I was supposed to get married too. We were supposed to get married.
Okay, so that's when everybody got married. Right. So that's the question I was asking you about.
And it's funny because right before niggas got married, they wasn't even with. A lot of them wasn't even with those women. Like he kind of the majority of the tribe split up where male just split up, and he literally had just dished niggas out wives like a week or two before they went to go get married.
Yeah, kick Sounds out too. Sounds that left again too.
Sounds, I forgot about Sounds. Yeah, Sounds.
I forgot about Sounds.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Leaving too.
He chose the wife. He chose whose wife was going to be who. He just assigned a woman to a man, and that was it.
Say it again.
So he chose whose wife was going to be whom. He just picked to do.
Yes, he chose who wife was going to be who. And even if somebody was like pushing against it, a lot of the women they be like, A lot of the women like, no. A lot of the women rather either be with him or by themselves than be with the other men.
Was
But
the marriage official? Was the marriage was it officially done?
How many marriages
a
were
lot of people
official?
got married. Like
How many marriages were
couples
official?
got married.
You got Caliber and F-Rule, Solar and
They're legally
Zoka.
married.
They're legally married.
You got True and Sheba, you got Natureboy, and you got
Velvet. And
Who?
him and Velvet.
Say that again.
Him and Velvet.
Who in the Terry?
Mente and Syrian.
Oh, Mente, yeah. Syrian, they did get married.
Yeah, Mente and Syrian.
Yeah.
And
Mente,
Mente's also out here
I
with
talked
us
to
as
Mente.
well.
Yeah, I love Mente. I love Mente. Yeah, he came in my life. Yeah.
Him and Velvet got married.
But when you were talking, you were on the finance team, and you had do you have access to see if they were all married? Like, was he filing joint taxes for them? I'm trying to think about why he wanted marriage. Was it for strength, or was it for the unified tax purpose?
It was for the police purposes, because they were calling it a sex code, and if everybody's married, then you can't call it a sex code. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and there was a lot of NDAs getting signed. He was trying to make everybody sign NDAs at that time.
Okay.
Malia didn't marry nobody.
Malia didn't marry nobody. Aya didn't marry nobody. Trying to think. Yeah, Zoka got
At
married.
the time I was there, she didn't marry
Anna
nobody.
didn't get married. Yeah.
Okay, so Malia is not married.
Interesting.
No.
Nope.
Okay.
Sheba's married to True.
That's why Malia couldn't get married. Sheba married to True.
Oh wow. Wow. So damn. So that's legal paperwork right there.
Yeah.
Hot damn. Okay, so is there anything you guys want to add for the Vegas run?
Yeah. Me and my wife split up.
That made you an vulnerable.
She said we didn't split up, she just left.
She was over that shit.
Yeah, she was over the shit. She was pregnant.
She wasn't vibing with the ladies anyways. Like the ladies had no type of connection at all. None of the ladies together. They had their little groups in within each other.
So yes, I did put my hands on my wife. I grabbed her up and I aggressively took her to a closet, and me and her we were yelling back and forth, but I didn't slap her, hit her, bruise her, like none of that shit.
And I ain't never touched my wife in no type of way like that. I ain't did nothing. I yelled, but I ain't did none of that shit.
I mean, like I said, she right here. Like she said, I didn't like hurt her at all. You know what I'm saying? And then also, but I'm not making no excuse. Like I was wrong for even taking it that far. And me and her have addressed that. I've addressed that with her own personal family and her brothers and the whole 9 yards. You know what I'm saying? Like
as you should.
That's not an unaddressed. I even when Star spoke about it, I even jumped up on Star Live and I even thanked her for even speaking on that publicly before I even left. She spoke on it publicly before I even left, and I even thanked her for even holding me responsible on that level. So you know what I'm saying? That's nothing that I never tried to run away from.
Thank you for being honest. Thank you for being honest. I appreciate your honesty.
But I also want to clear up that I've noticed certain narratives exaggerate, like I actually physically hurt her or struck her or choked her up, and it's like, nah, it definitely wasn't to that degree. While I say that, I make no excuse for myself. Like, you know, it was definitely a line that was necessary. Definitely.
I've been in a similar situation, but I do the same thing. I respect your growth, man. That's definitely impressive.
Yeah, thank you. I respect that. I respect that. Okay, so that happened in Vegas. So now let's go to the next house.
We got vans. We bought vans. We got 3 vans in Vegas.
We started buying cars and shit at this time now.
And they got a conversion van, like an 18 passenger van, and like another like minivan. And we took a road trip from Vegas through Texas. Like stopped periodically. I think we stopped at like an Airbnb in Texas and stayed a couple nights, and then we went to Mexico. We traveled through Mexico to Cancun. Cancun was the destination, and we stopped at a couple locations along the way throughout Mexico for like a night or so at different Airbnbs. And we ended up going to Cancun.
Okay. Okay. So then you
What
guys
happened
went
in
to
Cancun?
Cancun. Yeah, is that when the fight happened? Wait.
The fight went
up until the fight.
We stayed in 2 different spots. This was still prior to the fight. And again, let me mention that this is still within the time frame where we're not really going live much. He's not really going live. Like, he's really sporadically going live. So, in Cancun, I feel like he went live like a handful of times. You know what I'm saying? But we was in 2 different houses. He had him and his, I want to say his wife, him and his wives, and then like the main few people that's like, like Solar and like True, I think Winter at the time, and their wives, they stayed in the house with him. The rest of the men that didn't have like a woman, myself included, because like I said, me and my woman had left. So it was the men that didn't have women, and Caliber and Efferu. Caliber and Efferu had a room to themselves, and everybody else was in the house. Natureboy. And one day he just hit like the group chat, because we used to like function on the group chat so that we can kind of like all be up to date on what the plans of the day was, you know what I'm saying, prior to us getting moving and stuff like that. And he basically was just like, Efferu, report. All of the rest of the women like, report, right? And basically was like, all y'all my wives now. And to the men, whoever got a problem with it, y'all can leave. Y'all got a problem with it.
Wow.
Right? And I'm like, damn, that was intense. But what blew my mind even more is, mind you, at the time, Efferu was in the house with Caliber, with us. As soon as that message came through, it's like the switch went off in her head, and Caliber was dead. And she did no eye contact toward him, and she was like burning rubber, packing her bags to get ready to get in the car so she could go back over there. The nigga she just married. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that kind of blew me. And so they packed her up, took her over to the house, and then all of the men that had wives over there, they packed all of their shit out up and sent the men over here and took all their wives too.
Oh shit!
So you took everybody's wife in one swipe.
That's wild.
So
that's crazy.
when you start to get into I feel like maybe Velvet and maybe I think Honor spoke on it. Like it was just like a crazy sex party. You know what I'm saying? Just like ridiculously, like
that's what Velvet was saying.
Letting them out, like back to back to back. doing them dirty.
Yeah, you gotta go in detail because nobody know this, bro. We don't nobody know this.
You know, and at this particular point, the people at the other house, you don't like outside of him taking the women, you don't really know what's going on in the house until
what else do you need to know?
And then they started like, this is what happened in that time frame. Because like I said, that the women, they going through whatever the fuck they going through in the house, and then when we reconvene and go out to eat as a collective, they moving like ain't shit wrong. Like they enjoying that they all his wives now. You know what I'm saying? So you don't even have no indication that it's even that wild until like Syrian and Velvet leaves and give their account of what was going on in that time frame.
Right.
I feel like, and then like I feel like Syrian end up being given back to Mente, and I think Zoka went back to Solar after a certain period of time because they was the most adamant about those were they men. You know what I'm saying? Like at that particular time, like Zoka was really about like Solar, my man. Syrian was really about like Mente, my man. You know what I'm saying? So even though they committed to being his wife for whatever few days, like I guess they were still being resistant to being okay with whatever. So he gave them back. So I would imagine that those women was starting to share with their counterparts what they was going through.
Right. And what did they share? And what did they share? Get into what they shared because I know what I heard.
No, I'm saying they wasn't sharing it with us at that time. That's what I'm saying. They was like Syrian would go and confide in Mente about what had happened.
Huh?
What happened to the sound?
That's them. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit.
Sounds like they may have been taken against their will too. At least a couple of them.
Yeah, that's why Boomy ended up being he said he didn't hear
them out. I never really watched the detail as what injuries was sustained, what acts, who had to do what, who did what. I don't know.
Boomy, you said slutting them out. Now, if he was just slutting them out, there shouldn't have been any injuries. So what injuries are you referring to?
I just heard that injuries were sustained.
What injury? What injury did you hear? Come on. I mean, it's interview.
Forceful entry, rough sex type injury.
Forceful injury?
So, I called it.
Forceful injury. Okay, so I've had sex with a man before. Okay. And I've had a man forcefully enter my area before, but it was with my consent. Was this without consent or was this with consent?
See, I don't know that.
You don't know. What did you hear? What did you hear? What did you the forceful entry?
I just heard that a lot of women were doing things that they did not want to do.
Okay, thank you. I didn't ask you in specific.
Again, this is before he even got arrested. I don't know how people missed these. They've been doing a lot of things they did not want to do. That's why I think that even if they don't see all the things he did, they should at least take consideration and listen to all these different people's testimonies so you can see how the timeline and everything adds up. That'd be the best way to say, because injuries.
To be honest, this gives me, I don't know, I feel conflicted because I feel a little bit of sympathy for everybody involved. It's like these are all kids in a way. playing alternate universe games, but with real life consequences.
And real life grown ups.
Yeah. And then
Mm-hmm.
like to hear that, like a lot of times I look with a critical eye at a lot of the women because I look at the shady things that they did against other women, and it's hard to feel sympathy for them sometimes. But hearing what they're saying now, it's hard not to sympathize. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing with these men. It's
I got
like, I hate even calling them men. It's like, regardless of what your religious or spiritual beliefs are, to me, again, like they'll always try to minimize, their knowledge, or we just knew that he took everybody's wives, but we didn't
Or
know
their
what
bitch
was going on in
asses.
the house. What type of man would sit around and let another man take his wife?
Right.
And then you say, I don't know what happened. Well, you let him take your wife and you didn't go
They're
where he
all
took her to
good.
see what. It's like, and these are supposed to be men, and then they be talking about this king and this God shit. It's like, boy,
And
cut it out.
warriors.
You
He
dudes
like,
are
I don't know. I
the
don't know what happened because I just heard it.
when
What?
they be saying that type of stuff, it bugs it makes my skin itch. You call yourself a god and you'll stand up and watch a dude sitting. Man, it's crazy. It's just crazy. It's crazy. And women be following these dudes, and women be like, what type of man? Like, how can you look up to a man and sit here and is subservient to another man? Like he's a bitch. I mean, excuse me, like that's
Yeah,
just
that's a big
it's
turn off for
insane to me how women would deal with a dude that they sit there and watch subjugate themselves to another man. It's
But wait,
crazy.
but Kev, look, this is the crazy part. I'm with you 100%. But if you listen to what they just said, those chicks, those girls, I'm gonna stop calling them women because for real, I don't see no womanhood and manhood and none of this stuff. But
Right.
those girls, a lot of them were not wanting to be with those subservient boys. They were forced to, is what I'm hearing in a lot of cases.
Yeah, they
Yeah, but
were.
as men, especially Musa has daughters. Like you are, and you're making children. You that scared of Nature Boy?
That's what I'm saying. Nature Boy done had his woman a couple times. Joy was his wife at one time. Then he passed it back. And this is before and after she had the baby. It's like, come on, like, what are we doing? Like, how are you sitting here talking to you want me to think that this is part of y'all spiritual journey that y'all swapping chick? Come on, bro. Like you
And
could
then
dress
homeboy
up
right
any way
here
you
is
want to.
pussyfooting around telling the whole story. He act like he's still scared of Nature Boy.
Thank you. You can put a dress and lipstick on a pig. It's still a pig.
Facts.
Yeah.
And that's an important thing you saying, Kev. That's what I was thinking this whole as I'm listening this whole time. This whole five science, the knowledge, the spiritual aspect, that was all just a front for him to have as many women, as many different ways as he wanted to. More and more, I'm convinced that's
Mhm.
all it was, that he is a sexual
But
deviant.
it goes back. Mm-hmm. But it goes back to still what you said. It doesn't take away. You mentioned the part that how he had the way with the women, even though the men are itches, right? It doesn't take away. Them are two different things. These are bitches, but they couldn't save these women, and these women got straight up dogged, ripped, open, bleeding, holding on to hemorrhoids with the hand. You know, the men couldn't. Yeah, the men couldn't do nothing. And you got to remember most of them, besides, if I'm not mistaken, Shock or anybody who came with the wife, they're not going to protect the women because the women was never their wife. They were just passed on to them. So why should I protect you? You
Right.
know,
But when you
Where's the
ran
emotional
but
away
it
and
doesn't
connection?
saved
take
your
away all
own
the trauma
ass,
that the woman have been through.
when you ran away and saved your own ass, men, you could have
Hmm?
like placed a call to action. There's no reason why he should have been going down for 6+ going on 7 years.
Nah, but
They knew what time it was.
I think he's way more calculated. I'm talking about Nature Nut. Because think about this. If
Hmm.
you are assigned a wife and a husband with or without your consent, right? What real connection do you have to save, stand up for, protect? Those
You
things,
know women are getting great and you ran and kept quiet.
Exactly.
Right. I'm not excusing that, but at all. I'm just saying, first of all, we know we're not dealing with real men caliber, right? And I'm putting myself in the mind of these is kids off the streets who are obviously not well because they left real life to go play alternate universe in a real sick way. So they're obviously not well. And these are people who clearly are about self. And then you attach them to somebody that they have no real emotional connection to. It's just physical. And you want them to stand up for these women? They would have had to be men to begin with to do that.
Well,
and they weren't.
You know how to snap them back into reality, though? You know how to snap them back into reality? Send them to jail. Because whether I was on a spiritual journey, whether I just didn't give a damn, or whether I was a co-conspirator, if I was a part of, knew of, had knowledge of, before, during, or afterwards, and I didn't step forward and say something, then I'm just his couple boys, Nature Boy.
That's
exactly. My son was in his teens, and they weren't that young.
And
I don't care how you.
These aren't 15-year-olds. These are grown people. Shocking.
I don't care if you just walked out of a concentration camp or were selling cans on the side of the road. There are people that had worse childhoods than you ever had, and still wouldn't let this type of mess go down. Nobody gets a pass from me because of their childhood, because of what happened, who touched them, none of that.
And please don't misunderstand me. I don't think nobody gets a pass at all.
Oh no, we're not saying you at all.
No, but you have the right to feel. You got the right to listen. You got the right to feel how you feel, though. If you feel a little sensitive, everybody is correct because it's everybody's own personal thought, right? And their feeling. It could be just for the moment. You might change your mind in the next 5 minutes, right? The way these people is talking.
But the one thing I did want to say is if they were intimate with women that they knew didn't want that, like okay, if you're assigned someone and you know that woman don't want to be with you, and then you go lay with that woman, that's bait.
Exactly. I was getting ready to say that. See, this is the thing. In order for you to stand by and watch things like this happen, you weren't normal in the beginning. That particular act didn't make you lose all your moral compass. You were already morally deficient, because when you saw that act taking place, or when you had any suspicion and you didn't intervene or report it or make it known after the fact, that means in your mind you were able to accept it. Just like them two. Listen how they're telling the story. This man sitting here saying, this dude, while your wife was in the bathtub with the other women, he walked in and pulled his joint out. And you did absolutely nothing. You stayed there, got your money out of the bank account, and then left. No, you put hands in.
That happened multiple times too.
And but Nature Boy knows exactly the men that he can do it to.
Absolutely. He knows who he can punk and who ain't gonna take it.
Yeah.
And that's why they were separated like that.
Like, right. And the bad part is, like, they still punks. Not near one of them. At least we could say Velvet stepped up, Sylvia stepped up, even Kendra. Still not one man, to our knowledge, stepped up. It's like, that's why I said women, man, even in coach, vet their ass out, because they leave once they just want to break free for yourself. I don't care what happened to you. They're not even sorry, right? Even when they talk about it, right? Oh, I heard the certain things, and even that lady is not whoever is interviewing him is doing a hell of a job. She's making him come back because he's speeding with the you gotta have a laugh for everything, and she making him clarify stuff.
And this is my perspective.
And
I
this
believe his wife is still jumping in front of
bullets
for him.
Oh heck yeah!
She's still jumping in front of bullets.
Heck yeah!
You see how quick she came out of wherever she was cooking that chicken, saying, "Oh no, he helped me. He did this. He's like, it was all good." We went in the closet and argued. Really? You was arguing outside the closet. Why you need to go in the closet and argue again?
How many? Yeah, I was gonna ask how many of y'all been taken in the closet and yelled at?
Not never. I wish the ninja would.
Hey, I could just sit here and imagine.
His ass will be in the closet before I will. Believe that.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna keep it a buck. My wife is a very laid back person. She's a very laid back person. If I allowed another man to violate my wife in any of the ways that this dude violated their wives, my wife would punch me. She would steal on me if I let a dude do any of the things to her or even got close to that. That shows you the state that these women are in too. It's like they say, "Oh, we don't pass the women around. They with who they want to be with." Well, he just contradicted himself from the last video. They're just telling you they were assigned people and made to marry them and then taken away from them. So Nature Boy trying to say, "Oh, we don't pass the women around. The women choose who they want to be with." They keep talking, y'all. Y'all doing a great job. Keep talking. What up, East Dad? Thanks for coming in from work.
Hey, East Dad, welcome. I'm sorry. Hey, and whoever else probably popped in, if I didn't see you, I'm saying hello. But yeah, and then I'm like, even now, y'all can't even speak up.
Shaka has a daughter
because
too.
See, with Bigo, right? Yeah, it looks so cute. He got a lot of kids. Remember, he got the younger ones from Abzine. I think he got that's why he couldn't go out of the state. Because he owed child support, right? The one that baby mom put it as on child support. That's why Shaka wasn't able to go everywhere.
Yeah, he didn't have a passport.
Because
that's the only reason they could go to Mexico. Because, like I said, it's a territory of the United States, so they don't need a passport to go to Mexico. That's why they all keep running back and forth to Mexico.
Right.
But that child support from one of his baby mamas. But I'm like, y'all can't even speak. But again, people think, yeah, it's cute that you're speaking up at Bigo, but you. Come on, you getting paid to do that, right? When is you gonna do what's right? Because if they wouldn't have paid you for the interview, and if they wouldn't have paid you to whatever's coming across the little beans or whatever, y'all wouldn't have said nothing.
Facts. And they doing their best to tell like what happened to them and kind of gloss over what was done to everybody else.
Yeah, but they ain't pressed no
charges.
They're
trying to, right. And technically, they're not even telling what happened to them. Because come to find out, him and Natureboy was kissing cousins, right? So they're not even telling what happened to them. They telling everybody else's business but theirs. They was doing the tongue flamingo.
Hold up. They was kissing cousins. Oh, snap.
Not cousin, but not.
And think about all the money they went through. They were talking about all the money they went through. Think about if the people who sent them all that money, think about if they would have put that money into their community, into a youth center, into, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
directly into their community.
College.
That shows you how much we waste our money. They sent those people hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Probably don't even help their own damn children.
Mexico has border control. Who do they know at border control? That's what I was thinking a long time ago. I put a pin in that. Because they were coming back and forth quite frequently. And even to like recertify for welfare and shit like that. Somebody had to say like, hey, because it is U.S. territory, but you can't just walk through like you're going across state lines or nothing.
Well, no, you can't. The only way you would need a visa is if you're going to stay over there to work or you're staying for an extended period of time. See, when they went to these other countries, they always went as visitors. So, they never had no intention on staying long term. That's what people don't realize about their hustle either. None of those
What I'm saying is that they still have a border. They have border control there. I've been to Mexico. You still got to run through people. So somebody know that these people was going back and forth.
Oh yeah. It's not illegal. You can travel back and forth, to Mexico and the United States as much as you want.
What I'm saying is it should have sparked. It would have sparked somebody's. Not that they would get arrested, but
I think that's what brought attention to them in every country they went to. They were kicked out of Hawaii, they were kicked out of Nicaragua, they were kicked out of Mexico, they was kicked out of everywhere they went, because I think it brought attention to them. Because remember when they were trying to leave I forgot where they were leaving and they got kicked off the plane because they all stunk so bad. You know, those kind of things come to the attention of, you know,
Flight control. That
yeah, they, you know, so
Right.
and you know, been going over to Hawaii and breaking quarantine, things like that. And because they're traveling in a group, yeah, but I don't think at first it drew a lot of attention to them, you know. But I think once they started getting a big presence online and they saw what Nature Boy was doing, that's what brought the attention to him. Because remember back a little while ago, they said Nature Boy was really contemplating not even being on the internet. Now just think, if they wouldn't have convinced him to go on the internet and he'd have stayed off the internet, he may not gotten as big as he was because he wouldn't have been getting donations. That's how he was able to keep doing what he was doing from the money that people were sending him. So
I thought about that when he first said that.
He was like,
know,
it's more sickos. It's more sickos.
Yeah, the people created Nature Boy because you got to think about it. If you agree enough with him to send him money, then that means you agree with his way of thinking. So it's not just Nature Boy. You got to think about the thousands of people that followed him that were agreeing 100% with what he was doing to those people.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Keisha.
No, I said absolutely. I agree.
You were saying something, Keisha?
I said absolutely. I agree.
Yeah. And then the thing is, why I'm saying this like a year and change before, this collaborates their story. That's why I say I really wish that somebody would just do a video of these stories because it does paint a picture. And especially for the 4 ones that just came up, these paint a picture. Because it's showing, they was abused, they was sexually abused, they was sodomized, you know, they was all of these things for the 4 that are the 5, including that 8. And I don't even know, hopefully I don't even know if she's going to testify or not. Well, maybe she was, but now they don't know. But even who, this collaborates Syria's story and the other 2 stories. You know, and it also shows that they do things against their will. That's why I said that people like, well, haven't been bait. No, everybody has been bait because nobody can say no. Every last woman that was there were bait.
Facts.
Unless they came on to him.
And them men need to hear that from last night too. Compliance is not you consenting.
Right. Compliance and consent are not the same. If somebody comes up to me with a pow and say, give me all your property, I'm going to give it to him. Then they can't turn around and go, well, he gave it to me. I complied.
No, but, you're still robbed.
Yeah. And I just want to say this too while I'm thinking about it so people don't think they're crazy. I got like 5 inboxes. Yes. King Kev and I Am the Culture are the same person. So I was commenting in the chat and they was trying to refer questions through I Am the Culture to King Kev, and I'm the same person. It's just I changed my tag, but StreamYard, it keeps the same. So that's why it's King Kev when I'm on the panel, but when I'm commenting in the chat, it's I Am the Culture. So that's just for the 5 people that inboxed me that thought they was crazy. But yeah, I'm both of those people. So not both of those people. It's just I changed my tag, but StreamYard didn't do it. So anyway, but
he not Tahuti no more. He Baba G, y'all.
You know, the thing is too is
so, but this collaborate. I just really wish that, you know, I really wish that they could just take all these testimonies to see that even if because this proves it. But it also, and it's a shame. It proves that one man punked all of y'all because you could talk and laugh all you want. You still snuck out like everybody else. You wasn't man enough to walk out.
Right.
And you know what would be a bombshell? If one of those men were to come forward with an essay charge.
Yeah.
Now that would if one of them was brave enough to come forward and say, yeah, I was violated. And I was violated. I was scared of this dude. I was scared of getting jumped, you know, but yeah, this dude did X, Y, and Z. Now, when they have a man and a woman saying it,
You're
That's like
absolutely right.
yeah,
Under the
that would be
jail,
a
especially
So
with
far,
women
ain't
though.
none of them shown the kind of heart that it would take to do that.
Nah, they won't do it. But I'm just saying, now that we know that they all have been violated, wouldn't it? But just imagine how powerful it would be if one of them came forward and it's like, yo, I was a victim too. You know what I mean? That would be it. You know, because they like certainly if a man could not, if he forced his will upon a man, he certainly could force his will upon a woman very easily. Plus, like you said, all the other people corroborating these women. You know, a lot of women haven't even come out yet and said, I got violated. But other people who were there saying, yeah, I saw him violate so and
Right.
so and so.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
Yep.
I believe
But
too the reason why the men didn't say anything
I
is
mean,
because they
just
were
play a little.
afraid of getting bullied and I mean not bullied but jumped. You know, like he would have
In
found a way.
society, right? In
Yeah.
society,
Yeah.
Hmm.
I
And
think
even
That
they
there,
don't
have
you
want
that
to
know,
be
that have
bullied in
mentality is so
society. That's
popular.
why every last one come out. All of a sudden, they all got hair on their chest, right? But they was punked in there when they oh no, but
yeah,
not me though. And I told him blah blah blah. All of y'all said that after y'all was going. So if
yeah.
all of y'all saying the same thing, oh no, not me, then who was it? Who was it then? It's only y'all there. And all of y'all saying not me, but y'all saying acts took place with men and women, but y'all all claiming it wasn't me. Oh no, I wasn't the one punk though. Because again, the ones who say that, them the ones you gotta listen to because what you hiding.
Hmm.
His pussy.
But again, like we said before, that our word is really hard to say, especially from the men. Some people might take it to their grave. You know, they might
Yeah.
take it to their grave because it's
Hey,
that's
this
a
is my thought.
hard thing to say.
This is my thought, and y'all just tell me what y'all think. But remember when Nature Boy had all the girls brand themselves, he had them get his name on their butt, and you notice a couple of them, Malia, Aya, they got his name over their eyebrow too, right?
Fufu too.
So, and I was thinking
No,
about
that
that.
was love.
Yeah. Now think about the men, the ones you know or you most suspect got violated. They got tattoos on their face. Remember, Pisces got that little cross on his cheek, and then Solar got the little Pokemon tattoo on his face.
Oh yeah.
Is that a Nature Boy brand? Is
Yes.
that a trauma scar from being violated?
Yes. Because out
Oh,
here
that's
in
deep.
LA, the pimps they brand their girls. I don't know about all of them, but some of them. And so
Exactly.
that means they have the tattoos and stuff like that.
And what did Nature Boy always say? I'm a pimp.
Yep.
Shoot, Solar still walking around with his chain like they in high school and just came from the mall taking studio pictures.
Right.
Uh,
He left there. He said he got underwear from one of them.
Musa, you walk around
Yeah,
Musa's drawers.
they showing draws. Like, come on, you admitted that, bro?
Oh man! All right, let me get a little
It's
bit
a
more into
lot.
this.
I
Proudly,
believe.
with the
Oh,
dookie
I'm sorry.
stains. No, I'm good. I'm good.
I believe that's why he bought
No, I'm
Marcellus
talking
over there
about
to
wearing.
Jamaica. I'm sorry, Shug. Go ahead.
I didn't say nothing.
Oh, I think that was his final act of humiliation on them because I think that was his way of keeping control. Because think about the psychological game. Now, none of them guys over there say that they're homosexual, but they all, for some reason, committed homosexual acts when Nature Boy brought the transsexual over there. You gotta look at all these things. Like even with that, the cult psychiatrist is going to bring that up too. He's going to look like he shows groupthink. If Nature Boy says make a circle and y'all stand around while I beat somebody, everybody stands around in the circle and watches him beat somebody without anybody questioning it. If he tells one member to slap the other one, they do it without question. If he says give me your wife, they all give their wives over without question. All of these things show that pattern. What Shug keeps saying is corroborating the fact that none of them.
Right.
Go ahead,
This is something that should be. This is something that should be given to. I mean, he already knows, but being that there's so many videos that's all around, this is something that should be given to the cult. specialist.
Right.
The coach specialist needs all their testimonies. All little things is still a testimony, even though it's on here. But that is something that would thread everything together, because some was said before Malaya and Efru was there. The same thing was said before them, while they was there, and after them. Everybody can't be lying.
Yeah. And shout out to Tabitha, the prosecutors. If y'all need any help, this King Kev, y'all reach out, get in touch with me. I will give my expert opinion free of charge. I want this dude up underneath that penitentiary, up under it. I want him to dig his way. He got to dig his way just to get into jail. That's how far he needs to go. For real. Because that dude, I mean, if you let him out, Natureboy is
no. He made doodle all up in there. He gonna cause some sewer problems. He been done plooped all up in there. Talk about he growing some watermelon. Stop it.
Oh my God.
All right, let me go. Let me go, because I'm gonna finish this. I'm going to bed. Not right now, when it's over.
Yeah, I'm be all I know. I heard that women are forced to do things that they want to do, and the women, particularly Syrian, she was wishing and hoping that Mente was stepping up more for her for what she had gone through. I don't know specific her injuries though.
You just heard. These are things you heard. So
did she say what happened
these are
during
things
the live,
you just heard.
That live?
That's why I don't know.
Well, you said you heard, so you heard it from somewhere, and you said there was a lot about it, right?
I'm saying I don't know the details of what it is she said.
Okay, so what I heard about Syrian was Syrian had anal sex with him and he bust her open. And she was recovering from that, and she's still recovering from it, from what I know.
Yeah, I heard that.
Okay, now did you hear if it was allegedly, was it without? Okay, allegedly, was it without?
Huh?
Allegedly, was it without consent? Allegedly,
they all had no choice. They had to do the shit. That's all I'm knowing.
Yo, this lady doing a hell of a job.
He sure
and
is.
He has not been arrested. This is a whole year in advance. And this lady is asking powerful questions. Like, it's like even she knew it, but she's asking powerful questions. I know that they're Tabitha is going to be on it, but the way this lady asking, and she's a regular old person, but she keep every time they say something, she wants to know, did he tell him to do it? Right? She keep asking it over and over and over, because she want to make sure their story does not change. She asks them in different ways, and I'm like, they need her there at the courthouse, right? They definitely, I don't even know who that is, but they definitely gonna need her ass there, because she's asking direct questions. Yes, no.
And I love how she's making a point. It was without consent, right? With or without consent.
That's what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. That's why I love the way she's questioning him.
Everybody should have the freedom of choice. You should never take away nobody's freedom of choice. So if they say no, and they say I was forced to do it, then they was forced to do it.
So they were forced to get sodomized. Hold on a minute. They were forced to get sodomized.
Allegedly. From what I heard. I wasn't there at that time, but somebody reached out to me and said something to me about that. So I allegedly heard some shit like that.
Wow. So it wasn't through the vagina, it was through the anal area. Okay, now we have that clear. Okay. So I have a question. So after that, and after the women went back to their, after the women went back, go ahead, baby.
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm being honest as I could possibly be. Like,
right. I understand. Oh, no, baby. I'm not holding you. I understand that you're speaking as far as the accounts of what you know. Okay. So now, when the women came back, did you notice a depression or any type of change in their mental status at that point?
Specifically Syrian, yes. Something not so much.
Oh.
Okay.
But Syrian. But the thing about Syrian's been long taking a stance that she wanted to be with Mente. Like that was the thing that she had
been. He always
get
Nature Boy get mad at that.
From that. He wants them to only want him.
Yep.
And then once they on one, then I'll give you back to him now.
Okay, so he wanted to make sure that they desired.
We wasn't there. We just got bits and pieces of that aspect. Whatever he did in the house, he did in the house by himself.
Wow.
He was the only man that witnessed it.
Once he came back, once Syrian came back to Mente and Zoka came back to Solar, they pretty much stayed to themselves. Because even when we around each other, they don't want to keep too much of the men around the women. So even when they came back, they was kind of just to themselves. Those two couples were more isolated to themselves. But I know that they started to confide in their partner what was happening. But the men, when they came and reconfided with us, they would kind of keep that whenever it was between their women, between themselves.
Okay. I understand.
And then we just woke up one day, and then we just woke up one night, and Syrian and Mente was sneaking out.
Right.
But
that's when I seen them on IG.
Yeah, they had hit me up. I had got some of the story from that, and then I was getting bits and pieces from everybody because they like, we need Syrian called me like we need help. And I thought she was bullshit. I thought it was Natureboy them fucking with us, or they were trying to get bread from us. So I'm like, let me know if this is really you know. And then she's like, no, Mente's coming too. And then I'm like, oh, okay, bet. If it's just you, I didn't believe it. But if it's her and Mente, then I was like, all right, bet. So we shot him some bread and helped him get out too.
Okay. So
we helped everybody get out. Everybody that left came to my house at some point down there.
And you ain't got no house. But anyway, carry on.
I had Star. I had Mente still here. I had Loyal. I had all of them at my crib here since in Atlanta. Since here, I've been helping them out, get on their feet, helping them heal, helping them, whatever they need out here on these streets. After they leave, we've been out here. We've been making up.
Okay.
Just a commitment to ourselves, just to make sure that everybody out here that's looking for help, like we out here looking for help, that we do whatever we can to help them.
Wow. Okay. Daniel, go ahead.
I just want to clarify for you two, real quick. This is a statement that I'm making based upon what I heard. You're saying that everything you were talking about is alleged. All done through hearsay, and that you guys were never are party to any of these acts, consensual or not consensual, and you were actually not present, so you had no part in it. That's what you said, right?
Absolutely.
That's very convenient.
All right, that's all.
Juju says you have an echo.
Okay.
Daniel, you have an echo.
Let me start off.
It sounds good to me.
Yeah, it sounds good to me too. I don't hear an echo.
It sounds fine.
I do hear an echo, but I turned it off a second ago and I still heard it.
Right. Okay, so moving on. Okay, so once the women were returned to their husbands or their lovers or their boyfriends, Shaka, did you want to say something, my love?
No. You good.
Okay. Once that happened, Boomy. Okay. And did Velvet leave at that time from that house, or she was still there?
No, we moved to before
was that Baja, California? Is that when you guys went to Baja, California?
No. That's when we were. I forget the part of Mexico
it
was, but that's when the fight went down. That's when the Malia and Velvet fight went down. That was after we left there. We went to another location.
So let's talk about that really quick. I don't want to spend too long on the fight because we've all seen the fight. Well, a lot of us have seen the fight on YouTube. Velvet and Malia got involved. Were they fighting over Natureboy, or was that a personal issue that they had with one another? Honestly,
they had a personal issue with each other, and I don't even want to. I don't want to come off like I'm trying to defend him in any way, but I can't for a fact speak that he was trying to go through all kinds of different measures to avoid for them having to fight each other.
Right.
Like they were trying to fight each other on different
so they were getting on
like,
his nerve, basically.
Yeah, they've been trying to fight each other. Okay. He's been trying to stop them from fighting each other. They just wouldn't let it go.
But Malia needed that one though, so the people pushed for it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so then they got into the fight, okay, and so forth and so. Now, was Malia getting sick at that point? Did you notice her getting sick? I noticed looking at her online, she lost a lot of weight. Now, did you guys notice her being lethargic or laying in bed more or
Malia was anorexic from the time I've been there. She was always skinny.
She looked sick the whole time. Her and Sheba. They looked sick the whole time.
Pice was underweight.
Okay, so the three of them were sick? So they were sick, like malnourished, they didn't want to eat, or you said anorexic? Was that allegedly they were anorexic? Or you just didn't know what was wrong with them?
I think they had a lot of mental issues going on at that time, and they didn't really understand. Like they wasn't loving themselves properly, so they wasn't eating, even when everybody else was eating. Okay. It wasn't about like there wasn't enough food. There was enough food. There was just times when when you're preparing the food, everybody didn't get to eat when the food was prepared, but there was still food there though.
Okay.
People just took that shit and ran with that shit.
Okay, so Malia wasn't eating properly. Sheba wasn't eating properly, and Kite, you say, was not eating properly.
And also, like, Kite ended up saying it in his interview, like, to be honest with you, a lot of them motherfuckers be stressed the fuck out. One thing that I realized
they don't get no sleep.
They be stressed the hell out. And on top of that, what I realized what was weird to me is they wasn't always loyal to the mission off the camera. Like, they'd be kind of like back and forth, like, type of deal. Like, that's what kind of like, I'm like, damn, like, niggas was like open to going to buying food on the side. Like, they not always loyal to this nigga like that. Like, that's what
they was loyal to us, really. Like, they confided in us. Like, they told us all the secrets. They told us everything. Like, we would literally take them out to eat on the side. Like, nigga, let's go out to eat. Nigga, we go get the whip. Let's go. Me and Boomy was sliding food, sliding money, nigga, whatever we needed. They didn't know what me and Boomy was on. They was like, these niggas are taking care of us.
Right, fact. Okay. So once you guys went to the next house in Mexico, how was that?
Two different households again. Like one thing I started realizing, what it seemed to me is it felt like he was trying to intentionally like keep more space between me and him. It's like the longer that I was there, the less I saw him. Ooh. Like he separating us, like he put me, I'll be in another house, and I'll be kind of like in charge, like managing the other household, while he'd just kind of be doing his own thing in his own house.
Wow. Because you're so big and bad.
Wow. So I'm gonna let y'all take over the panel, and then we're gonna watch the rest of the video tomorrow. But we're gonna let the panel speak right now, because y'all be on it like the Green Hornet. Right? Go ahead, guys.
He did that because of Velvet. That's the only reason when he separate himself is when Velvet is there. It wasn't because homeboy is so big and bad. And he didn't want to hear Velvet's mouth.
Oh, by him having all the other chicks.
Yeah, because he did it in Palenque too. Like even Velvet said it herself when they were together, when she was there, when she was queen and all that, yada yada yada. The white polyester headdress. They would spend more time alone together, and everybody else would be doing their own thing. Not that he wasn't abusing people occasionally, but he just spent more time isolated with Velvet. Even when Joy was leaving, who did he run away with?
You know what I want to know? I want to know when Velvet was queen, how many people did she slap? How many people did she put in the closet?
All of them.
Okay. Remember, she made Malia kiss her feet. It sounds very nature boyish.
And this whole separating, having these two houses is very interesting.
She didn't want Malia to kiss her feet. She pushed her back. That was, and then after she said no, then he was like, "Now kiss her toes." I'm like, "Damn, nature boy,
you're a weirdo."
That was a humiliation ritual, obviously.
He's the one big humiliation
ritual. And then it gets better. She had to sleep in the closet. God damn. She had to sleep in the closet. On top of that,
But Velvet's jealous. But
But you know what
anybody's
is
jealous.
another thing that's gonna really get him is when they talk about, and he was
I
good
know,
for this
right?
too. This was another humiliation ritual. He would beat them, and then he would make them sleep with him immediately afterwards.
Or he would beat one of them or berate them and scream at them and then make them all hug each other. That shit
Yeah,
is weird too, and it's psychologically
yeah.
damaging.
He did that after he made Malia and Velvet fight. Remember after they fought and the Velvet bit a plug out of Malia's
Mm-hmm.
breast, and then he had them hug.
When they first started talking about Mama Dia dying, they said that Nature Boy had been in there having sex with her that night, and then he got up from having
That's
sex
what
with her.
I heard.
Yeah, and
And
he
then
went to
from
see
there,
somebody else to go
from
in there.
there she
Yeah,
had
he said it a
pain,
long time ago.
and they
Yeah,
never. People, but if people do not watch the videos, they will not know that. Yeah, he did take advantage. I think that's what caused her heart to fail. Cause like Nancy, I didn't. What you mean? Open up, right? I definitely ain't come there for that.
Right.
And to have
you
somebody
know,
do
the other man
that
saying stuff.
allegedly to her at her age,
Right.
Oh my god.
what happened,
And
bro?
especially if it was in the back
What
door,
happened,
like
bro?
that's a
And
cruel ass thing.
went out the tent, and he sent somebody else up there to talk about go check on her.
Thank you. Why would he tell them to go check on her? Because he knew she was already
Mhm.
deceased at that time. Because he knew he did it. That's
Yeah.
see, that's the things. Those are real simple questions. If somebody just ever asked, hey, who actually found her? And then when that person says, okay, I'm the one that found her, who told you to go and check on her? Or what made
And
you go
how
check on
you
her?
go?
And
How
why
And,
was she way in that bungalow over there by herself?
and why was she naked?
Right.
All of those things will come into play. But you know, like I said, you that's why I can't respect people when, like, even if you say, okay, at the time I was under his control, I was scared of him. But what about when you left? You lived in a
Yeah.
whole state. You know he wasn't coming to get you. You know he wasn't gonna. Nature Boy don't have no pool like that where he could send nobody after you. He's not that kind of dude. What's the excuse for? Especially when you made videos talking about it, but you still didn't go to the authorities. You still didn't make a
Right.
against him.
Exactly. That's what I
You
was
It's
know,
like
saying.
all of us, I don't care what kind of mental health condition you may or may not be suffering from, unless you're a like classic book level psychopath, you have an idea of what's right and wrong somewhere in you. And I don't understand how that, that awareness, that morality never kicked in for any of them enough to stand up and say enough is enough, to really expose it. Like right is right, wrong is wrong. And the other thing is, I think that them two was lying just now, like really lying to say that, oh, I only heard these things. These things are only alleged. I never witnessed anything. Like that's just a cop out to me and too convenient. And I just don't believe that. And I believe that that makes them super ill wrong.
and why didn't
That
you
means
confront
they
them on
got
it?
in
They
there.
was on Bigo panels together after this, after you found out this information, because you was talking shit about them. Why didn't you confront him directly then? Why didn't you confront him and make him say what he did to your wife? And just he could have did a whole lot of things. And he said every one of them came to his house when they left Carbonation, right?
Right.
So you know every story then, because
And
Right.
they
Shaka
didn't
met
just
up with
come there
him
and not talk
afterwards
about it.
too. This wasn't the last time Shaka seen him, or Shaka just saw Velvet.
Exactly. Shaka
You
And
know
then,
what
is in
time it is, and
constant
he's sitting
contact
there
with all of them,
giggling.
loyal,
And
true, all
so
of
far
them.
been on world tour,
Thank you.
and he's giggling. Like Shaka is, you have daughters, and he's giggling through this mess. Like,
exactly.
talking about some allegedly. Do you even know what allegedly means?
Right.
And then what makes them real bitch ass to me is what Suge said a while back. Y'all was cool going on Bigo, running your mouth for Bigo money, but never one of y'all would drop a dime. Like that's extra bitch to me. Like you would tell the truth for your personal gain, but you wouldn't go tell the truth in a way that would protect people.
Right.
And you're
Even
not
Exactly.
even
even
telling the
as because
truth.
I know how some black men especially feel about going to the police, but you didn't make it public. You didn't say this is XYZ what happened. You didn't check that nigga like on these panels. These women out here, I myself cursed Nature Boy out.
Exactly.
But see, that's a thing too. That's a cop out too. I feel like this. If you're a grown man, like I'm not just calling the police because somebody outside barbecuing and they making me upset. If somebody is abusing a child or somebody is abusing a woman, I don't care how much you don't like to call the police. If you don't have enough manhood in you to go physically intervene yourself, then I feel like you have an obligation to call the authorities because you too soft to do something or too scared to do something. But for you to do absolutely nothing, then wait till somebody baits your mother or your wife or your daughter, and then don't get mad when other people do the same thing and say, "Oh, I don't like calling the police." Like
Turn it
we gotta be
blind.
adults. We gotta
Yeah.
be adults. That's why predators are pervasive in our community because we always talk about snitching and calling the police. Why are we the only community that says that? I don't ever hear the white community say that. I don't ever hear the Asian community say that. I don't ever hear the Middle Eastern communities say that. We are the only community that says that, and it makes no sense because it's antithetical to what we say we want. If we want a peaceful, safe community, how can it be safe if we're not telling on the criminals and the predators?
That's a fact.
And then
Eh,
you got the elders like last night talking about some listen to his words. Don't worry about his actions. Are you kidding me?
Exactly. That's the type of message these kids get. Oh, don't worry about what he say. Look at his act. Like how again, these are the people that are supposed to be the elders in our community. And they're telling these kids that. And they're telling people our age that. And people are running with it. And then you wonder why our community is in the worst shape of every community on this planet. Ours is the worst by far because we accept the most bullshit. We normalize things that should be just like they're talking about this as if this is normal. This would be appalling to anybody else. If you had a person running amok like this in your community and people knew about it, and as many people knew about it that know about it in our community, and Nature Boy, it took them 7 years to put him in jail. It's like, who does
Case in
that?
point. Case in point. Look at Hawaii. It wasn't the police in Hawaii that took care of them. It was the
Thank you.
people.
Thank you.
For
And they
touching
didn't
the
take
freaking
48 hours.
turtles.
When they got there, they was there one day. They went over there, broke quarantine, and they touched the turtles. The people, the community, not the police. He called him. He said, "Hey, brother, listen, we don't play that over here, brother. I don't want to hear about your peace and love, brother. Take that back mainland." And they got up out of Hawaii because the people said, we're not going to have that in our community, period. We don't want to hear your explanations. We don't care how much these people come forward and talk about how peaceful and love. We don't want that shit in our community. Get up out of here. And until we do that, we're going to have gang violence. We're going to have babies getting killed. And we're going to have our women being raped and sexually assaulted like it's normal. It's a normal thing now. It is a normal thing, which is crazy to even say, but it's a normal thing for women to be objectified and to be SA'd. If you go in a room full of women, I don't care what form, you can be in church, you could be on a podcast panel, and you say just by show of hands or put ones in the chat to all the women that experience SA, you're going to get at least 75 to 80% of the women in any venue where it's all women that will tell you they have been sexually assaulted or raped growing up as
I
a young.
believe it's more than that. And the thing that has to be drilled in our communities, what I think has to be drilled in our communities is silence is complicitness.
The
If you're
only thing it takes for evil to succeed is for good men to do nothing.
Right.
facts.
Exactly. Exactly. It's like you can't keep sweeping stuff under the rug and turning a blind eye to it. You know, when I was growing up, yeah, we as growing up and being kids, no, we may not have wanted to deal with the neighbors, quote unquote, being in our business, telling our parents this or that, but it saved us. You know, it protected us. We had eyes on us
That's a
at
fact.
all.
That's a fact.
You know, you couldn't go down the street or go up the road or go into a store and act a fool. Somebody knew your auntie, your grandmother, your big mama. Somebody knew
Yeah,
somebody.
they
And
gonna
it was gonna
snatch you
get back.
up.
Oh yeah, and then you got to deal with that when you get home. It ain't done.
And then we confuse our kids. We give them confusing messages. We say, if you see something, don't tell. Keep your mouth closed. Don't snitch. And then when somebody does something to them and they don't tell, we say, why didn't you tell somebody? Because y'all been telling me not to tell on nobody because I'm snitching.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You know, something I had to unlearn, and I practiced this with my children when I was raising them. You know how we were taught what goes on in this house stays in this house?
Mm-hmm.
Most people
Right.
came up with that. And I had to practice in real life unlearning that behavior so that I could give my children a voice.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And because that's what that philosophy did. It took away a lot of our voices. So that was something I put in practice with my children, is giving them a safe space. Now you gotta be careful with it. You know, you with all things, you gotta have boundaries and you gotta have limits. But it was important to me to let them have a voice.
I used to tell my kids, if anybody say or violate your space, or I said even in our house, if they in our house and they violate your space or talk to you disrespectful, you got the right to check them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I let
Definitely.
kids know.
Yeah,
Yeah. I
we
always
teach
say.
our kids on one hand to we have this secret culture. Don't tell nobody your uncle sell drugs. Don't tell nobody your big brother messing with a girl that's too young. Don't tell nobody that your daddy did something to you. Don't tell nobody what goes on in this house. And then when something happens to them, they don't feel safe going anywhere talking about it. That's why SA
We
is so
talk
prevalent
about
in our
business.
community, because we send mixed messages to our kids. And I tell them, I
I
don't care.
understand what you're saying, but I'm talking about, I was telling them this from the beginning, from the inside out.
Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely, boss lady. Definitely. Because that's how it works from the inside out. And that's why, like, we got to get out of that mind frame. Oh, I don't like to call the police. Why not? You
Mm-hmm.
paying them.
You need them.
I don't want to. I don't want to go out and confront no dudes standing outside in my neighborhood selling drugs and doing this. I'm gonna call the police, and that's their job, and let them handle it. Because if I don't, then drugs are going to infest my community. That's going to bring violence. That's going to bring gangs. That's going to bring all kind of things. So do I sit back on my principle and go, oh man, I don't like to call the police? Or do I say, listen, I have to do the best thing for my community. If I want my kids to be able to go outside and play, then I got to be able to call the police on the drug dealers and the gangbangers that's standing outside on the corner hustling and shooting. That makes it unsafe. See, we talk out of both sides of our mouth, and we have to decide what we really want. Do we want to be cool and hip, or do we want to be safe? And my thing is, it's like we've given up our freedom. Like, we've just come to accept the fact that our kids can't go out and play. Our women can't go to the gas station at night to pump gas. We can't go certain places. We've accepted it. We've just accepted it and said, instead of saying, wait a minute, this is crazy. We're going to get all the people that's making it unsafe up out of here. I don't care who they are. I don't care who they are. If you're making it unsafe for my kids and for my wife, I want you in jail. I want you out of my community. I want you out of the way of children. I want you out of the way of anybody that you could bring harm to by your activities. My activities on a daily basis will harm no one. I get up and I go to work. I abide by the law and I come home. Now, if your actions are putting other people in danger, you're supposed to be in jail.
Exactly.
You
It's
don't have
like,
a right to endanger other people, and then other people have to sit back and go, oh, well, we can't snitch.
right. It's like the majority of us probably grew up, I'd imagine the majority of us grew up with some level of street rules,
And
especially if you.
one more thing you be doing, messing with the Zaza.
As we speak, boss lady.
Nah, but I was saying most of us grew up with some level of street rules, no snitching, blah, blah, blah. But I think you got to make an assessment, right? If you're an adult and you're a civilian, be a civilian and live by civilian rules.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like, you don't,
Live
and
by the
like,
gangbangers rule.
Right. And even me, like I try to limit my interactions with the police because I have this theory that the minute a person of color leave their house, there's at least a 20% chance that you're going to interact with the police. So I try to limit my, like, I don't just go around
Really?
interacting. Yeah, I really believe that. So I'll interact with them, especially here, like especially here, but because it's so easy to get caught up. It really is. I mean, and I'm a civilian. I don't do nothing illegal, but even I have had interactions with police that make you go, huh? So anyway, even though I'm somebody who doesn't make it my business to interact with the police on a regular basis, I don't lose sight of it's my responsibility to protect my fellow persons, my fellow community. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
because
I can't.
if a man was to attack you tomorrow, you
Mhm.
would not want other men standing around to go, I'm not comfortable being in contact with the police. No, I
Right.
get totally what you're saying though, because police have created that environment with us. Because at one point I felt like that. I wouldn't talk to them for no reason whatsoever. Not because I was in the street. And that's one thing I'm thankful of too. Like you made a point, you said a lot of us are raised, with those street rules. Thankfully, I wasn't. My parents never went by no street rules. They were law-abiding citizens. My parents did not play that street rule shit. Who did what, when, and where. And if you don't say who did what, you getting whatever they getting.
Yep.
That's how
I
they
know
work.
that's right.
And I'm thankful
Yep.
for that, because we never had to grow up with no snitching, because we just didn't. My family wasn't like that. They didn't move like that. And
That's a blessing. Yeah,
I'm
that's a
thankful.
real blessing. See,
And you
I
got
grew up in the projects, so that was
right.
a different
And
reality.
you had to, because that was your reality. You couldn't tell them
Exactly.
because you had to live there. But it's
Exactly.
sad that is a reality within our community, that there are places, and it's not just isolated places. Most of us live below the median income and poverty line. So you're going to have a good majority of us, over 50%, who live in poverty, who live in those situations, who might want to go to police, but they can't because they literally will be in physical danger. We should not have places that we know are unsafe and we can't do anything about it because we will be unalive. That's crazy.
Yeah,
That's crazy. And
and
we're
I
the
guess
only community like that.
I guess what I want to say, which is like really eye opening, is I'm from the north, right? And coming down here to the south, it is vastly different. Like um there is a county that is about 6 minutes from where I am, and I'm in the city of Atlanta. 6 minutes up the road, if you interact with the police, you don't know if you're going to make it out okay.
Mm.
Like there have been
That's true.
multiple unalives in that county, and it's 6 minutes up the road. And down here, the it is a systemic sort of racism. So even though this is so-called Black Mecca, and like the local government in the Atlanta, for instance, you see plenty of Black officers. The chief of the police is Black. The mayor is Black. You see these things, right? However, the system itself is not really designed for us, and you got to move like that. If you want to be a civilian, I mean, and you want to stay yourself on this side of things, like the freedom side of things, you have to move like you realize that the system is designed to catch you up.
That's the thing that I don't get. It's like, so if, like, we just, even the term civilians, and I totally understand what it means, but say the dudes who aren't civilians, the quote unquote street dudes, why do they expect civilians to live by their codes? We didn't
Yeah,
sign up for that. We're not saying we're in the streets. We're civilians. We're the
facts.
total opposite of what you are. So you can't expect civilians. And that's the thing I don't respect about them. They don't even have no honor for civilians, because if a civilian tells on them, it's the same that's snitching, just like somebody who was in the streets and they want to do something to me too. So then why should I apply? Why should I live by their rules? I didn't sign up to be in the streets. I'm a civilian.
Right.
And we have to be able to differentiate. Like, it's my thing is, and that's what I say about all these dudes who claim they in the streets. If you're in the streets and something happens, Why do you expect people to send you money? Why do you expect people to try to get you out of jail? That's what you signed up for. And it goes back to what I was saying about, see, I let the police know who I am. I make my presence known. That way, if I run into them in the community, they know who I am on site. They'll be way down the distance. Oh, that's Kev. I've heard them say it coming on scene. They see me because they know. Like I said, I went down and introduced myself to the chief and took my son. This is my son. Get to know his face because I don't want y'all to have an accident. Because if y'all accidentally mistake him for somebody else and do something to him, then it's gonna really be a problem. But we're not breaking no law. We're not down here to turn nobody in. I'm just letting you know this is my community. You'll see us around here. And if I call you or if I reach out to you and let you know it's a problem in my community, I expect you to come and address it.
Facts.
That's how you do that. And when the more people that do that, just imagine if your whole neighborhood do that. Now you got 20 people from one area that the people are familiar with. So you might call and say, listen, I don't want to get involved because you know them little boys hang out on my street, but they be out here doing X, Y, and Z and this what time they or whatever. You remain anonymous, and that might have the police running. They're gonna catch them with a pistol or pow, or they're gonna catch them with some. They're gonna catch them with something. But that removes the problem from you, and now you're not even attached to that. Some people might look at that in a different way. Hey, peace, Saint LaShawn, what's up? Welcome in the building. But we have to just get to a point where we gotta be adults, yo. Like, I'm not just out here randomly calling the police on people. But if I see somebody assault you and I can't intervene, I'm gonna call the police because that's what I would want somebody to do for my mother or my wife or my daughters or anybody that I love. And why are we making that a bad thing? Because we're stopping pathological criminals, you know, vapors, we stopping them from doing what they do, but then somehow the person who stops them from doing that, you're the bad person. We got to get out of that mind frame. That's crazy. That's why our community looks the way it looks.
Yeah, I'm the type of person that I can't watch somebody be mistreated and not get involved some kind of way. Like
exactly.
I just can't. I don't care if it's a woman, if it's an elderly person, if it's a young person. You know, plenty of times I've been that person that I'll never forget, y'all. Real quick, this lady, I was at a football game. This lady was getting ready to get abused by her dude, and just because of my personality, she knew that I would come to her aid, right? So she steps behind me, and I find myself stepping to dude.
Mm-hmm.
So I square up with dude at the it's my kid's football game. I square up with dude. I had my husband there, and I didn't even care. Like, that's who I am. I can't sit and watch somebody I just can't. It was a crowd of people there, and out of all of them,
somebody Suge said it before. You would be surprised because I've witnessed it happen too. I've seen some of the most stomped down killers be getting ready to do some dirt, and it'll be a lady, and it don't even have to be an elderly lady. It can just be a woman in the community say, "Hey, Big Chris, listen, please don't do that because you know the police gonna be over here and these kids please don't do that." And stop somebody from losing their life just because she was there. I've said that 1,000 times. I've done that. You know, I'm not going to jump in front of a gun, but it's been situations where dudes would get ready to do something, and I saw nobody moving, and it might be me and a couple of my friends, and one of us just step forward, just nah, bro, we ain't gonna do that, man.
Yeah, you got to do something,
and that be enough a lot of times, most of the time, to stop somebody from doing something ignorant. Because just like when we talk about the lady that got assaulted by the dude and then her 14-year-old son ended up popping the dude. And shout out to that 14-year-old kid. I salute him again because slime balls like that don't need to be walking around breathing, taking up space in our community and threatening people. So, but if any man, it was a couple of men that were in that line, I guarantee you, if one of them would have just went and stood there and like, hey, bro, I ain't trying to fight you, man, but don't hit that lady, bro. Just let her get her food, man. And that whole situation would have went totally different.
No, he was stepping up to everybody that said something to him because he was he had been on a spree of hitting people. He had did that the week before.
Oh,
I
really?
heard. But even yeah. He was known for that. That's what. But even with that, the whole time the whole time that person sat there and videotaped, they could have called 911.
Yeah.
And that would have prevented that accident. Or the people who own that place could have came out and said, hey, man, listen, we're not going to have that in here. You got to leave, or you can wait and get your food. But
they seen the gun first.
Well, that's why I said we at some point we have to make a decision. But we gonna just accept what we see, what's going on in our community, and gonna keep going.
No, them crazy people know where to be crazy at.
Thank you. I was getting ready to say that too. They're not just gonna listen. You got to remember, if you got a crowd of people and one person is acting a fool, and a lot of the crowd go, hey, no, hey, hold up, grab that dude. That's gonna dead that situation. But if you got a whole crowd of people and nobody says nothing, that's gonna amp that person up even more. I'm telling you, it amps them up because they feel invincible now because it's 50 people, 100 people out there and nobody's saying nothing. I've done it I do it. I ain't gonna say every day, but you'll just be surprised just being out and about. And
I'm from New York and I've seen it every single day.
I'm telling you, and dude, and I've had dudes come up to me after the fact.
On the train, you be on the subway, someone don't know how to act.
Thank you. And the whole train, I'm telling you, it makes a difference, man. It makes a difference because you see other communities do it. And that's why those incidents, you don't see them all the time on World Star. Every time you see something on World Star, it's some Negroes, because we know that our motto is, I'm minding my business. Well, people minded their business, and that's how Natureboy got where he is. People minded their business, and that's how Diddy got to do all the things he was doing. R. Kelly, we can go on and on and on and on because people minding their business. My business is black people. That's how I feel. I don't have to know you. I don't have to love you. Just the fact that you black, I feel an innate urge to just intervene and help anybody black, right? But
human beings, period. Though for me, I had an incident years ago. My boyfriend he was doing his disappearing act. So I popped up at his job. I'm trying to do a little investigation myself. And doggone Asian man is beating his Asian woman's behind. And I'm asking other Asian people, I'm like, excuse me, can you translate? What is he saying to her? Like, can you stop it? They didn't want no parts of it. I had to tell that man, this is America. You don't put your hands on no woman. You ain't going to do it in front of me. I forgot I ain't even supposed to be where I'm supposed to be, but I wasn't finna allow that to happen in my presence. I can't. Right. I can't. And I'm little, but no, sir. And I didn't even
do that a lot. And people always think that it has to be a physical confrontation. I'm telling you, it doesn't. People sometimes, just saying something will snap somebody out of it, or you'll be surprised. Instead of everybody videotaping, somebody can videotape because maybe that will, that's evidence for that person that's the victim of that crime. But how about if everybody got on their phone and like, hey, I'm calling the police, bro. Leave that lady alone. I'm calling the police. You not finna steal no person. You not finna, we just have to care enough about each other to where we just won't stand around and watch some shit happen. I'm not saying play Superman or Superwoman, and everybody's not built like that. I am. Personally, I am. I'm pretty comfortable with the fact that if it does get physical, I feel pretty good about my chances. So probably I'm going to intervene more than the average person. I get that. But I'm saying at least be of assistance to that person. Walking away or not doing nothing, that's not helping that person. And all I got to say is to people is just imagine if you saw somebody beating and dragging on your mama. You would want somebody to do something.
To stand up and do something. Fact.
Damn, just feel that way when it's somebody else. You don't have to know that person. Just have enough in you as a human being to say, damn, that's wrong, y'all. I'm not getting ready to watch that because I'm like this and it's just me. Like I said, I don't expect everybody. You're going to have to do something to me before I stand and watch you do something to somebody else, especially somebody that can't defend themselves.
Facts. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, Pops John Witherspoon. He said it Friday, you win some, you lose some. And that's my motto. Like, I'm not Billy Badass. I don't go into a situation thinking I'm going to just, always prevail. But but you got to learn how to give and take, right? I know how to take a whooping, and I know how to give a whooping. And I'm not scared either way.
And that's part of being a man, in my opinion. Dudes always want, I'm a man first. Well, your man instinct is what you look at animals in the jungle. They have a natural instinct. Nobody told the male lion, you protect the entire pack. How do you think he knows to do that? Because our creator even gave animals who can't verbally communicate, gave them ability to understand that you are the protector of these who are weaker than you. In all, I don't care if it's 3 other male lions that come into that lion pride's territory. That male lion in that pride will fight to the death. They have to tear him apart. That's how they. And I just feel like if we don't have that in us as men in our community, then anybody can come in and destroy our community, babe our women, unalive our children, whatever they want to do, imprison us. Just they can do anything if they know that we don't have enough fight in us when it comes to things that are obvious. Like it's obvious when you see somebody getting beaten down to the ground and that person is obviously in trouble and they need help, and nothing in you tells you to help that person. That's the problem, man. Like that's the problem. We've lost empathy for each other. Like it's so easy for us to hate each other. Men hate women, women hate men, young people hate older people are scared of young people. So
said it the other day, Kev. You said it the other day. They didn't got used to it.
Yeah, desensitized. Yeah, they got used to it. It's not even shocking no more.
Yeah, you hit it on the head right there.
I just wish one of these dudes in this cult would stand up. When it comes to this trial, I wish one of them would just grab their balls and stand up.
I wish Shaka would have went up there and put in a report about what happened to him and his wife. That's what he should have did. He had plenty of time to do it, but he's still involved in the cult because they all stay at his house.
And what her brothers got to say? Because they were staying at Genesis' house up until recently. I still think they still there on the low. But he said that her brothers checked him about what happened there. So where they at?
Yeah, that's when that had happened. That was a while ago.
Well, to go to show you how that goes, even with the men in their lives that don't protect them, even their male family members, because you remember, everybody knows about the famous picture of Maisha when her eyes were swollen shut from Nature Boy beating her an inch within her life. Mm-hmm. Then when they just came back the last time to Georgia, guess who hosted Nature Boy when he got to Georgia? Maisha and her cousins, her male cousins.
Wow.
Yeah, that was who Nature Boy was with at the club when he had on that old ass early 90s Carl Kanai jean outfit.
Oh yeah.
And he was at the club. That was Maisha's cousins. That's where they were staying. That's why Maisha was there on camera with them for a couple of days. They were staying with Maisha's cousin. Yeah, it's just that's what I'm saying. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, we don't even have to go outside our community. White people are not holding us down. White people are not the reason that our condition is the way it is. It's us, yo.
That's a fact. Because me personally, like my kids, and I don't care what me and my kids go through, they know I reserve the right to pull the hell up. It wouldn't have been mine just sitting in no coat getting abused and beat up and all that craziness, because I'd have went got mine. That's a fact.
I came from all the way from Jamaica to make sure
they would have had to unalive me before I would have let any one of my daughters or my sons stay in that environment. And that's a fact.
That's why, shout out to the homeboy that came and went back and got his child's sibling. It wasn't even his baby.
Oh yeah.
That was the only real one.
Fact.
I ain't going back and forth with you spilling tea online.
Yeah, that was very commendable.
Facts. I can't imagine what type of things these people that were involved in the cult, what type of things they took their family through for no one in their family to really stand up. Because the video that we saw yesterday that Suge played, was that yesterday? My days are combined. But the video of when Nay was going to go get her check, right?
Right.
It was a bit surprising to me. Like, I get it. I get why her sister would want to play nice so she could see her sister. But on the other hand, I'm telling you, we'd have been scrapping out there. That's just how I am. We'd have been scrapping. If
It
I
would have
had to
brought the
fight,
cops that day. It would have
that's what
brought
I'm
the
trying to
cops.
say. That's what I'm trying to say. Whatever I had to do to get my family member out that situation, it wouldn't have been no nice talk, no humble, none of that. Because
We ain't
Nature
taking
Nut
pictures
don't
and
have no
hugging and all
humble
that
in him.
bullshit. Fuck out
He
of
had all those big old security guards.
I wouldn't have give a god darn. You hear me?
here. Not with the bird chats doing splits.
I'm
Those
trying to
security
tell
guards.
you. It's just certain things I'm not gonna stand for.
Oh shit. That wasn't finna make no sense. I
Puff,
guess I'm
We
puff
separated.
pass.
Dang. I'm
Puff
at
puff
least
pass.
dropping a dime. That's your twin?
That's what I'm trying to say. Like it wouldn't have been no humble. If I couldn't get them on my own, the folks would have been there for real.
That shit is crazy.
And she wouldn't have got that check. Think I'm about to get
Ugh,
you think
Oh,
I'm about
hell
to give
no.
you that check so you can let this ninja go spend it all? Hell to the no.
he
right.
was trying to get the check in his name. You see,
I
he's there as
I
long
know.
as
Was he?
standing there waiting on it.
Yep. She held on to it for a long time, but she wouldn't have got it that day. She just had to been mad at me. I feel bad
That just
because there's
pissed me
certain
off.
things my sisters wouldn't even tell me because they know I'll be ready to go. You know what I'm saying? Like I
Same.
mean it. I ain't dealing with. I'm not. You're just
That's
not
why
gonna
my
do
sister
mine
Cat
any
don't like
kind of
telling
way.
me when she got beef or anything like that. I rolled up on a bitch and I wasn't even talking to my sister, and I rolled up on her.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like
For
on
fucking with my sister.
go.
Yeah, but I think Shaka and the other boy Mente, whoever that was talking, I think they should have pulled up put a charge on him.
Right.
You
If
know,
you're so scared of him to come to him, step to him yourself, why not use the authority? Or why?
Because they still scared of him.
I think it's bigger than fear. I think they're still attached to the cult some way, somehow. Whether
right?
Yeah,
it's
because he
Oh,
stayed
most
with
definitely.
Genesis, who is a satellite location. She runs
yes,
them in and out of her and in and out of there all the time.
yes.
That's
All
how they
like
make their
Memphis.
living. You got to remember, these people get online every day and beg for money. That's how they survive. None of these people have a job. So yes, they're still very much attached to the cult and the cult mindset because they
Mm-hmm.
believe as long as they get on there and they talk all this fake esoteric spiritual shit that
Mm-hmm.
people are going to send them money, which they have proven to be true. You heard what Shaka said. He said, man, all of a sudden he just started blowing money on anything, flying people in and out, booking
Mm-hmm.
two Airbnbs in Puerto Rico. This is all off other people's money.
Money. Yep.
They was buying cars and stuff.
And
Talking about,
They was
even
buying
damn, I bought a
everything.
Leo,
car.
Ping
wait,
pong tables, roller skates.
even
Them fools was
Leo
having a good
said that he
time.
was doing that before carbonation. He's all about appearances. He want to show off. He blow through money like it's a Kleenex tissue.
I'll never forget who was that. I think it was Kite and his wife. She had just had a newborn baby. They had left the cult and was at an airport in Texas. Y'all remember that? And
Yeah, begging
talking
for the
about some
plane ticket.
I ain't
We need
going work.
$200 more. We need
Yeah,
$170 more.
right,
We need $130 more. The
right.
baby crying, they shaking the baby. See, I don't fall for that type of shit.
I
If you
wish
didn't have
a
enough money to
nigga
go home, you shouldn't be
would.
sitting at the airport
Exactly. And
trying
the
to
thing
beg your
was
way
the
on the
ninja was
plane.
online begging for money, talking about how he don't believe in working and he ain't getting no job. That
Hey,
ish
Wait, he
blew
was
me away.
online begging for money so they can get them plane tickets?
Men
yeah.
where?
Yes.
They actually
No
was sitting
man,
at the airport
however,
live saying that the plane was going to take off. They wanted to leave and they needed help from the people. And they were on there getting cash apps and got it.
well, I hope
Sitting
And
they
got
on
got
the
it good.
floor in the airport, y'all,
sitting
with
on
a
the floor in the
newborn.
airport without a dime with a newborn.
Let
They
me tell
know
you
how to play
something.
people. They know how to play. And this is the same dude who just, like she said, who had just made a video and said he don't believe in working. Oh, yeah? Okay. He don't believe in what he say. He refused to work. He's not getting a job, but
Yeah.
he wants people to feel sorry for him because he's sitting there with his girlfriend and their newborn baby, and he's trying to lead the cult again for the third time. Boy, if you don't get your ass out of here,
Exactly.
No man
you
have
be
I
in that cult.
ever.
See,
No man have I ever been with would ever allow me to beg, let alone
Right.
in his presence, let alone
thank you.
online to a bunch
Talk about it.
of to public
Thank you.
people.
I won't even,
They
I've
would
been married
sooner
to my
come
wife
and drag
25
me out
years.
of somewhere. Not
I
my
won't even
father.
let my wife call her family members and ask them for nothing. Are you
Exactly. My
serious?
husband was not.
Are
What?
you serious? But this is who you're dealing with. That's why I said these people, they show you who they are. So you know the women that are with them, you know their mental state in order to be with men that are that weak, that are that
Broken.
they're subject to do anything any man says who's stronger than them. They'll run into another nature boy and be doing what he says. So you always have to be leery of these so-called spiritual and these conscious dudes. I have not met one of them, run across one of them yet that is who he says he is. When I hear these dudes talking this conscious shit, automatically that's a red flag. He full of shit. I'm not listening to nothing he's saying. Period.
My ex-husband
Period.
wouldn't even let me call my own daddy if I wanted something, a purse of a few dollars or like.
I'll call my wife in here right now. She'll tell you the same thing. I forgot what it was. She was gonna call her dad for one day, and I just stood there and looked at her. And I said, "You really was gonna call your dad? You was gonna?" She was like, "Yeah, baby, because I don't want to just make you feel like every time I need something, I gotta call
That's
you."
what I tried.
That's what I'm here for. I'm your husband. I took over that once I married you. That's not your
Exactly.
dad's responsibility. So whatever you
Exactly.
need, that's my job. And you insult me if you go past me. She said, "That's the only time I ever." She said, "Baby, okay, I understand you." I would feel like I'm not doing my job if my wife had to call her dad or her brother to ask them for something. What
And
am I
her
doing?
dad gonna be looking at you the same way.
And,
Her
and,
dad
and
would have
should
been looking at you the
and
same
should
way.
and should because you got to remember, I got 2 adult daughters.
That's right.
My daughter's in her 30s. My oldest daughter called me one day and asked me, and I looked and I kind of just sat there and I was like, where's your husband? Daddy, I ain't asked you that. See, it ain't got nothing. It has everything to do with that. Because
Right.
if you got a husband and I have to still financially help you, then I should have certain say so in your house.
And
But
I
I'm the
got
man
it,
of your
daddy.
house.
My
That's what my
father was
daddy
asked.
tell me.
My
Hey.
father was asked for my hand. I got it, daddy.
Hey, I'm just telling you.
And there. That's
We
it.
done took that whole part out of the game. These women be breaking their neck trying to do everything for their sons. He 38 years old. That's my baby. Running around buying his kids Christmas clothes and birthday gifts. It's like, that's why he can't be a man, because you substituting every time he's supposed to step up and be a man. Why are you buying your 38-year-old son kids Christmas toys? Not because you want to as a granny. He couldn't do it.
Because you have to, because he can't do it. Right.
He couldn't do it because he ain't working.
No,
And
he
you didn't
wouldn't
want him.
do it. Yeah, he wouldn't
Boy,
do it
if
because
you don't,
changing
man,
his
look,
diaper. That's what it
man,
really
look,
is.
exactly. And you better get that boy off your lap. And that's what we have when we have a nature boy. That's what we have when you see these dudes that follow him. These dudes have never had their own apartment. They never worked a job and had responsibility and taking care of anybody. You can tell the way they move. See,
Right.
somebody that actually has responsibility, you would never even contemplate doing no shit like that because you already have a sense of responsibilities. Not only do they not have a sense of responsibility to themselves or their kids, they'll go and join this cult, and then some woman will say, okay, I want to be with you, or they done match them up with a woman, and they feel absolutely no responsibility for that woman. You mean to tell me this is going to be the leader of a tribe or of a nation or even of a family?
Right.
Which one of these dudes is going to lead a family? Shaka? Mente?
Ain't no man with nuts
Pisces?
gonna sit there and fall to the knees of nobody like Nature Boy, a broke nigga with no job who suck his
Right.
thumb, who's sitting
Thank
there
Pimping out
twerking.
everybody.
Ain't
The
no
dude
man, gay or
you
straight.
look up
Even a
to.
gay man wouldn't do it. Even a gay man wouldn't do it.
Thank you. Even the gay dude, even when Marcellus came over there, Marcellus said his ground rules like, nah, this finna happen, but this ain't finna happen.
You seen how
He
quick
stood on his
Keno?
square.
You seen what how quick Keno left?
Yeah.
And what he said, I'm out. No, this nigga tripping. I told him what it was, and he's still with it. Nah, nope.
Nature Boy tried to have a sexual relationship with Keno. And you remember Keno came out and made that video.
Positive. And Keno
He made that video that admitted he was positive. Nature Boy wanted a sexual relation. You notice a certain type of guys. Notice how similar Keno and Solar look. You see what I'm saying? Look
that's how Nature Boy like him.
That's how we like him. And then when he cut the girl's hair off, notice how all of them kind of favor Pisces. When Pisces always wore the little short afro and the little frail body, Velvet looked like him when she had her hair cut off.
And he tried to put that all on Velvet. You remember?
Yep.
He said he made all of them cut their hair because Velvet cut hers. That was just a front.
Then Velvet tried to say it was lice, that lawyer bought lice there. Out of randomly a group of black people got lice.
Yeah.
Right. We don't even get there. Stop it.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
That's what
the natural oils from our scalp that we naturally produce prevents against that. Cut it out.
A whole group of niggas got lice and had to cut all their hair off.
Ain't that wild? but you notice the white boy with the long ponytail never cut his hair off. Loyal. He never cut his hair.
He sure didn't.
He never cut his hair.
Cousin.
He sure didn't.
Velvet could not stand Loyal.
Yeah, because that was Nature Boy's lover. If you sleeping outside a man's door, you said you want to become a eunuch. And for those who don't know what that means, he wanted to cut his joint off to show his dedication to Nature Boy.
What? Yes. Because that's what they do in the Bible.
Are you
serious?
You didn't know that was that's a eunuch.
No, I know what it is.
No, everybody don't. I wasn't insult nobody, but everybody don't know what that. I probably wouldn't have knew what it was, but I'm just a book nerd, so I just know.
I read it in the Bible. I know it from the Bible. That term.
Let me just say one thing. Yeah, let me just say one thing. Now, tomorrow, if it starts tomorrow, they did allow a couple of people to be in there, right? And so they will be taping it. I don't know what time it's supposed to start. So y'all better make sure y'all glued. I don't know how I'm gonna pull this off. I don't know if we're able to show it, not show it. I don't know. But be glued tomorrow.
Law and Content, Court TV.
I don't know what time it's going to start.
Fox too.
Everybody
I just want to go down there.
Was that Lakeisha that said she lived in Atlanta or right outside Atlanta?
That's me. Nene.
Oh,
Nene.
You better get your butt down there and get some live footage. You better get your tail down there and get some footage at least on the outside of the court. Show them going in.
Yo, I ain't got no problem going. My only thing is, how the hell am I going to record it? That's what I kept thinking about. Because you know they don't play that.
But this is
you don't need to record it.
No, this
you
is
don't
the
need
thing.
to record it. Just take bathroom breaks and like, this one showed up, that one showed up. Right?
I can do that.
Don't go to
They have a gag order, so you can't film inside. But what you got to remember is if you get by the front door, everybody that's in that case has to come through that door. So you can. It's legal to put record from outside. Yep. So stand outside and just watch everybody go in. The lawyers, you're gonna see the people who are on, and then so you'll have recorders of like
if you want some tips on how to do it properly, go and watch some of the CCs that was standing outside the Tory Lanez case.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Juju was there. Juju was there today. My homeboy was going to pick up his son's birth certificate, and he called me and like, "Hey, what's the little crazy dude from Chicago that can't talk in the little coat?" I said, "Juju." He said, "Is this him?" And he lifted his phone up. Juju was outside the court today.
Oh, wow.
Was he crying?
I was at work. Yeah.
Was he crying?
He was out there talking about free my teeth. Free my teeth. They was like, your teeth are in your mouth, sir. No, free my teeth. Free my teeth.
Tree. Free the tree.
Hey, you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised though.
See, I got this list because he's gonna be like, I got this list because I am the GOAT. What is it? What is it?
I got downloads stuck in my jaws. Hey, Nene, I'm telling you, I guarantee you, if you was outside, Juju gonna talk to you. Or any of them, even if the three blind mice, they gonna be like, if you be like free to three, they'll walk up to you and be like, I'm telling you, they'll talk to you.
I might actually try that ish for real.
Don't walk up to them because the CCC said they don't know what it is.
Oh, no. For real?
Don't shake
They
their
don't know what
hand.
it is.
They don't know what it is. What it is. That's what
Oh.
the CDC said.
Yeah. What kind
Oh
of
yeah,
Well,
I ain't touching nobody. Don't get that
we ain't
twisted.
I
touching
wouldn't even
nobody
get
else saying
close.
fluids, but I don't think it can jump off on you, but you never know because they couldn't
Right.
identify that bad boy.
Nonetheless, I ain't in agreement with them, so you ain't gotta worry about me touching nobody.
They gonna want to talk. They can't help but talk, especially
You
when
about
they see
right.
that's what they programmed to do, and they gonna want to defend this fool.
Especially if I be
wonder
out
if she
there
gonna
like
have that
free
damn
treat.
basket.
The
I wonder if
basket.
she gonna have that damn basket.
You know the
with his
basket
picture in
coming
it.
with the
Damn
Dollar
outside.
Tree flowers.
I wonder if she gonna have that feather up in her head.
They brought that shit to the club. How you bring a whole Easter basket with Dollar Tree flowers to the club?
Not the front door.
Oh man.
Hey, they gonna be trying to put roses on the steps and shit.
Yeah, you know
Like
what?
this is
Yeah,
coming to America.
I'm ignorant. I'll troll them. You know what I would do? I would show up down there with a drone in my hand.
Hilarious.
I'd show with a drone in my hand. I'd be like, "Hey, y'all, come here."
Shit, I bring the
Come here.
bull. I bring the
I'll
bull
troll
horn. I bring the bull horn. I bring the bull horn.
Yep.
We out there talking about some free the tree.
Like,
Free the
hey,
tree.
y'all want a solo noon meal?
Hey.
I would be like, my moon is in the 12th house of Capricorn.
Shut
And
up.
What you bringing? Red beans and rice?
I would be like, see, the ninth house told me that he going to jail.
Hey, I'll be souping them up too. I'll be like, you know what it is? Y'all ain't been grounded. Y'all got to go over there. You see them
Go
trees
stand
across
it by the
street from
trees
court?
barefoot.
Tell them go shit by the trees over there across from the courthouse to bring Natureboy good luck. Tell them to go there barefoot in the ground.
He's not locked up. It's all in your mind.
Right. Exactly.
We are in
the holographic universe.
I would be like, that's your demons. Your demons is telling you he's locked up.
How is he
Yeah, that ain't
locked up in the
y'all demons
mind?
be stimulated.
But he's not locked up, right? But they are because he's locked up.
What? Say
exactly.
That again.
She said exactly.
I still can't figure out.
I love myself. I love myself.
Right. You love yourself, and this is your dream. This is your holographic universe, and we're all cells in your body. How are you keeping yourself locked up with no bond in your own dream?
Wait, hold up, y'all. I gotta tell y'all something. Somebody start that song for me. Start the song for me that should play that time. I say, I made a remix to it. Damn, how's it go?
I say, my shoe. What was it? I say,
I said something like,
Are
they Jordan?
I made a remix the whole time you were playing the live. Look, the whole time you were playing the live and the music was going. This is what I was saying. I say, you say, he's a lie. I say, you say, he's a lie.
Outstanding. Outstanding.
I stand down.
I wonder if they'll copyright strike you. Hey, remember that little theme song? I can't remember the name of when Natureboy was singing on it.
Yeah.
They little theme song. I wonder if they'll copyright strike you if you use that.
Shine it bright. I'm like, yeah, you shining bright. All right.
Hey, I should stand outside the courtroom. I should stand outside the courtroom and play Mama Nine's video. Remember Mama Nine did that fire video? I should be outside playing that.
Mama Nine video was fire.
Was it fire?
She was getting them. She said, "Fuck your chief."
Exactly. She came through with that heat.
She working on a diss record right now. She working on a diss record right now. After what they did to her yesterday.
He has some real talented artists.
They heard her to the core. They heard her to the core yesterday. But she working on a diss record right now.
I believe that too.
Yeah, can you imagine that? You probably already was confused growing up, but then when you finally realized your sexual orientation was toward the same sex, and then you join this cult, and then they make you have sex with, that's crazy.
That is crazy.
That's crazy.
I they're
that's
probably
brutal
sitting
psychological
back
abuse.
wondering what Miss Zokane, what is Miss Zokane up to? They don't even mention her.
They sure don't. She's
She
still
getting
locked
together her
up.
snitch letter because I'm snitching on everybody. $1,400.
She's still locked up, right?
Hey, you
Nah,
know,
they would have made that selling bottles of dirty water on the side of the highway. $1,400.
Shut up.
hey, as much as Zoka irked me, the one thing that always made me feel sorry for her is when Suge made Solar admit that he snatched that girl false tooth out and threw it in the jungle.
Oh no.
And then she proudly was rocking that dolo.
Suge made him.
Like what?
Suge say, you know you was wrong, Solar. He said, for what, Sugar Love? What did I do? He said, you didn't have to do that with that girl's tooth. He said, oh, no. See, nah. I was telling her she's beautiful without it. She said, Solar, you could talk all that bullshit about she beautiful. You didn't have to throw that girl tooth in the jungle. You talking about, I had to mute myself to keep from busting out laughing. I said, this nigga done threw her tooth in the jungle?
Oh, baby.
And they've been saying teeth ever since.
They a different level. They a different level sick. This dude took a false tooth and threw it hard as he could with his little skinny arms off into the woods.
Who said that they punched the girl in the face while they were making love? No, the girl, I think that was Joy that said that Musa just punched her in the face out of nowhere.
Really?
And then
was that Piggy with? Yeah.
You remember?
And they
you
were
remember
actually a couple, and they was just like, doing what couples do. And she said that he just hauled off and knocked the one. Like, what?
Dang.
Yeah, it's weird. Musa was known for that, but it's just crazy. Like they just like I said, they don't always tell the whole truth because the little rumor had got out. Janae was like, yeah, and he cussed me out. He put hands on me when I left, and then he spit on me. Suge made him admit what he really did. I was like, yo.
You remember that, Kev? That was deep.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That was
His
deep.
mother and his baby mother did an interview too. It's out there somewhere in the atmosphere.
Who? Sassy Solars?
No, Musa.
Oh.
So one of Solar's family members. His mother and sister. And his mother says a little something. But he had family that spoke out. Most of them have family members that said something.
They didn't say something like, get your ass.
Who support Republican older and older. I'm telling you, they're gonna have some bad luck. They're gonna have some, not Musa. No, Musa, no, you play my mother's part. You talking about Tron, the Wi-Fi guy.
Yeah. No, I was just saying a lot of them had good parents. Solar had good parents.
No, he didn't. His father, there ain't nothing good about his father.
Well, according to him. But he said that about his mama too.
Until he said his father was whipping ass in that house.
Well, again, this is Solar. I don't believe.
Yeah, he noticed that, but he left. No, but they said it. But the thing is, it was right.
It's probably not how he painted it. Just like Natureboy told that whole story about his upbringing. Now, bits and pieces were true, but he embellished every piece of truth that it was in there. You see what I'm saying?
And so I said his father had
forgot to throw in the part.
He wasn't a thug like him, and he wasn't.
That's what I was going to
to him. And his father's from Jamaica. Like his father's a straight rude boy. Like, and he buff. Like he was
right.
Look at them pictures of his father and his mother.
Maybe he saw something in his son that needed to be addressed. I don't know. Just saying.
He saw the bitch in him early.
Exactly. Ain't no Jamaican man straight off the island gonna let you.
He ain't.
Yeah, they're very family oriented people.
No.
They're very family oriented people. So something had to be up.
I was just getting ready to say that. You're talking to a Caribbean person that I don't care what it is. Like when they don't just cast their family aside, they correct your ass. They make you get right and act right.
Right. He probably had him in the strip club at like 16 if he saw a little something. Because his father was in the industry too.
Hey, I've told the story. I've told the story a couple times. One thing they do, and that's why I believe he left, is because they hold you accountable. Like my family, like it was You know, like if my cousins would show up to like Thanksgiving or Christmas dinner at somebody's house and they didn't have their children or they didn't have their children's mother with them, then, you know, the women, my mom, my aunts, my grandma, you know, where's so-and-so, where the baby? Put your coat back on, go get them and come back. Oh, see that? Okay, well, fix her a plate and then take that to them and then you come back. You was accountable for everything. We wasn't allowed to be no slouch niggas. We wasn't allowed to be abusive. Like we wasn't allowed to yell at our sisters. So therefore, when we got out on our own, it was just natural. I don't yell at women. That shit seemed weird to me. I feel funny when I raise my voice at a woman, and that it just feels weird because I wasn't raised. It wasn't normalized. So when it comes to accountability, that's why I said I can recognize a person who's been victimized. I'm not a cold-hearted, you know, emotionless human being. Yes, but after you become a victim, at some point, you either start to heal or you become a participant in your own abuse. And you have to be held accountable for that. We're not bashing you. We're not beating up on you, but we have to hold you accountable, because if we don't hold you accountable, then how does that woman know to finally leave and not just keep accepting it? Because we had a generation of women that was telling young girls, no matter what happened, you gonna leave. Yeah. So we have to unlearn a lot of, you know, bad habits. And it's not that our elders taught us wrong intentionally. They just taught us what they knew. But as time goes on and society changes and we see what's going on, we have to change and adapt to the times. We still keep our basic morals and our principles that we stand on, but we have to understand, we have to approach things in a different way, because there were no cults when my parents was growing, when my parents was raising us. They didn't worry about us getting in no cults. There was no black people starting cults, right? So now it's a different dynamic where I've got grandbabies now and I got nieces and little cousins and nephews, and I have to be able to relate to them on a level where they're going to get it, they're going to understand. And so that's why I watch this stuff, and that's why I'm able to talk to them in a way where it's like, you know, you got to, you know, they're going to be exposed to it whether you know it or not. Because if most parents went into their kids' cell phone, they would be surprised at the text messages, the social media apps that they didn't know their kids was on, all the sexual sites and things like that, and the things their kids talk about, you know.
Absolutely.
And I just wanted to say this, like, for anybody listening to the replay gang, you know, our replay gang, and you know, anybody else that might stumble upon this video, even if you didn't grow up with the best upbringing, you can be that changed. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't grow up with the best upbringing, and we had some level of morality instilled in us. Like, for instance, we took care of our elders, we took care of our grandparents, right? But outside of that, there wasn't a lot of like spirituality or morality directly in my environment. But what I did is I raised my brothers, and I love, because I raised my brothers, they went, you know, different ways, but they, at least one of them anyway, came back to the foundation that I set. And now he pays it forward for other, like within my family, there's a lot of trauma and things like that. A lot of secrets, a lot of trauma. My brother, because of how I raised him, he takes it upon himself to help other family members that have gone through things. So my point is, even if you didn't grow up in the best environment, you can still spark change right where you are.
That part.
Start passing it on.
That part. And we got to stop saying, you know, go ahead, sis.
Now I'm going to say I'm leaving y'all. I'm leaving y'all.
Hey, I was listen.
Hey, we're SpongeBob at. We're SpongeBob.
And your ass gotta go to work. You gotta go to work. So I'm going to leave y'all behind, boy.
Y'all missed it.
I would definitely be on tomorrow. Like I said, make sure y'all keep checking, because I don't know what time it starts. And if you know, if it's 10 o'clock our time, if you're on the West Coast, y'all gonna have to get up a little bit earlier, right? You have to get up a little bit earlier.
I'm gonna try to make it to that courthouse for y'all.
Hey, if you do, that'll be dope.
Yeah,
That'll be dope.
And you know
That'll
to
be
hit
dope.
definitely hit me up.
for sure.
Any little bit of footage, like I said, if you standing outside, you're gonna see a bunch of people coming in. You ain't even gotta say nothing, ask nobody no questions. You're gonna have footage of faces.
Facts.
So
Facts.
if you do, yeah, that'll be a good show tomorrow. But anyway, gang, I appreciate the cipher. Y'all always spark good conversation. So
Yeah, y'all the best.
y'all
Y'all are the
Much,
best, and I
much
appreciate
love.
each and every one of you. All right, guys.
Much love, Shug. Thank you for giving us the platform, and much
Yeah,
love to everybody on the panel.
Peace
you
and
as well.
blessings.
I appreciate
Good
each
night.
and every one of you. Y'all
Good night,
terrible.
family.
out of here. Peace,
Good
peace,
night.
gang.
Good night.
Good morning. Good morning. Y'all saying good night. Y'all mean good morning.
I'm so happy.